Chapter 2853. Not good. Seeing that drop of blood fall, all the figures below screamed in horror. Not only the humans, but the ancient creatures also fled crazily, because the blood here was too terrifying. A single drop could crush the heavens. Sacred blood. This was the blood of a sage. They screamed crazily. Had the outcome of the battle above been decided? As everyone fled, they looked up at the sky. In the sky, more and more sacred blood gathered and shattered the void, forming a terrifying nomological energy that danced in the air. No one dared to approach. Some of the ancient creatures and human cultivators that retreated too slowly were directly torn apart by this energy. Boom! A figure descended from the sky. It was an old man. Damn it! No! The people of the Tao, one sacred ground, roared crazily. This was because this was one of their sacred ninjas. They just didn't expect their sacred ninjas to be injured. The people of the human race were filled with despair. The ancient creatures, on the other hand, raised their heads and laughed. Ha ha, did you see that? Even if you're all sacred ninjas, you can't do it. That's right, you lowly humans are no match for us. Hurry up and kneel down, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you can only go to hell. Crazy laughter sounded, and the faces of the humans turned pale. The sacred ninjas in the sky floated down. He wasn't dead, only injured. However, at this moment, his expression was incomparably ugly. Boom! At this moment, the void split open, and another figure fell down. This time, it was the ancient creatures' turn to have ugly expressions, because the sacred ninjas who fell this time was their sacred ninjas. This sacred ninjas also had blood on his body as he shattered the void. What was going on? Their sacred ninjas were injured. Damn it! These ancient creatures roared crazily. On the other hand, the humans regained hope. In the next moment, several figures flashed quickly, divided into two factions. On the 10,000 ancient races side, there were 12 people with cold expressions. On the human side, there were only 7 sacred ninjas. Among them, 4 were injured. On the sacred ninjas side, 3 were injured. In comparison, the humans were still at a disadvantage. What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 dragons portrait had not been used yet. That was an extreme weapon. Once it was used, the sacred ninjas would not be able to resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down and submit. You have no chance of winning. The 12 saints were like gods looking down on the earth. On the human side, their faces were gloomy. Among them, the saints of the human race had a solemn expression. The other sacred masters, sect masters, and young warriors all had pale faces. His face was filled with despair. Could it be that he was really going to lose? The head of the Yi clan snorted coldly. What kind of joke was this? If you have the ability, then kill us all. Otherwise, we would never give in. Kill! One of the Yi family's grand elders also roared and charged forward. Golden aura surged from his body as he soared into the sky like a golden god of war. In the sky, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered in disdain. He pointed out with a finger and directly killed the Yi family's grand elder. Puff! The supreme elder's body was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. He was no longer breathing. Reckless ants! If you're still not convinced, I'll use my extreme Tao weapon to kill all of you. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like gods and demons. Damn it, he really deserved to die. All the human ancient martial art practitioners roared madly. Could it be that they were really going to be killed here today? Even the 7 saints had ugly expressions on their faces. The other party had many more saints than them. If they continued to fight, they would probably die as well. Quickly retreat to the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West shouted coldly and quickly retreated with everyone. Murong Chingching's small face was cold. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and there were a few terrifying cracks on her body. They were caused by the ancient prodigy's sneak attack. The 1-pound Shinjingqiu was also injured. It wasn't just the two of them. Yi Wu Dao, Wu Qin, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the others were all injured. It could be said that they were still very heaven-defying that they hadn't been killed in the battle. So what if they retreated to the Jade Lake? Did they think that a mere Jade Lake sacred ground could protect the lives of ants like them? In the sky, the ancient creatures looked at this scene and sneered. They didn't move at all. Azure Dragon Break. The 12 saints formed seals with their palms. The azure dragon under their feet absorbed the energy of millions of miles and emitted a beam of light that rushed down. It caused the Jade Lake, sacred ground, to tremble. Many people inside vomited blood, and even the saints were injured. After all, this was an attack on the level of a saint. Moreover, it was a joint attack of 12 saints. It was caused by the use of a powerful god's eye, the azure dragon under the other party's feet. These human experts had already divined that it was not an ordinary thing. It was probably the corpse of a dragon saint after he died. It contained mysterious power. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender or die. The primeval saint's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with biting, cold, killing intent. He had lost his patience. These people didn't know what was good for them. Since these people dared to resist, he didn't mind completely annihilating them. After all, the 10,000 ancient races had plenty of slaves if they wanted. Humph! On the side of the human race, the 7 saints roared and attacked again. After an earth-shattering battle, they retreated again. This time, all 7 sages were injured, and one of them was almost killed. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. Not only that, the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, and the Queen Mother of the West were all injured. Yi Wu Dao and the other young geniuses were even more seriously injured. The powerhouses on the side of the human race were on the verge of death. Unless they used their so-called foundation to awaken the sleeping saints, they would have a chance of fighting. Otherwise, the human race would be completely wiped out. What a bunch of trash. We haven't even used our extreme weapons, and you're already on the verge of dying? Don't worry, we won't give you a chance to live. In this lifetime, you won't be able to wake up those sleeping saints. No. The Yi family patriarch roared towards the sky, his voice tearing. Could it be that they were really going to be destroyed here? They were the family of a great emperor. However, their foundation couldn't be revived. With their current strength, they couldn't compete with the nest of 10,000 dragons at all. The Gu family patriarch also roared. Damn it, despicable. What was this? If you have the ability, let us use our foundation and fight with all our strength. The nest of 10,000 dragons is no match for the Gu family at all. They were also a great emperor family and also had extreme weapons. But now they couldn't use them at all. How could they not feel aggrieved? In their opinion, if they used all their foundation, they could definitely contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons. And these 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. The Gu family? The void is indeed very powerful. But unfortunately, you won't have the chance to use the things he left behind. Chapter 2854. Just you wait. Once I, the Dragon Prince, become the great emperor, I will confiscate all the treasures left behind by the remote antiquity families. Now you can all die. In the sky, the 12 sages formed hand seals again, and a vast aura flew out from their fingertips. This time, the attack was even more violent. The 12 sages attacked together, and it really had the power to destroy the world. Under this attack, the Jade Lake would probably be destroyed. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The sacred lords and patriarchs were filled with despair. The young disciples couldn't withstand the sage aura and were directly pressed to the ground. The Yi family sacred lord, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sages all had ugly expressions. They roared crazily, ready to attack regardless of everything. Among them, the 7 sages went crazy. They didn't care about anything and attacked together again. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The primordial sages sneered and rushed into the sky to fight again. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist, the remaining primordial kings sneered. They controlled the azure dragon skin and continued to attack. A terrifying aura was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly split open. Countless golden rays turned into sharp swords and cut the void in half. The azure dragon's movements were also interrupted. Boom! 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 The void trembled, and the light swept out like a tide, causing a huge crack to appear in the sky. Damn it! Who is it? At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. The primordial kings roared. The primordial theocrats also frowned. The newcomer was so powerful and terrifying that he could block their attack. Who was it? Did one of the sages of the human race awaken? Damn it! How is this possible? They had already used the 10,000 dragon picture to seal everything. How could those sleeping sages awaken? The human race was also stunned. They had originally despaired and thought that they were going to die, but they didn't expect that at the last moment there would be a turn for the better. In the sky, a huge crack, 10,000 rays of light bloomed. Then a golden figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. Along with it came a powerful force that suppressed the surroundings. So strong! The moment this golden figure appeared, everyone trembled. The primordial kings, sacred lords, and patriarchs were also terrified. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Who are you? An archaic king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. I am the guardian of the human race. The human race cannot be bullied. The cold voice of the descending golden figure resounded throughout the land. Guardians of the human race. These words were like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's hearts. The 10,000 ancient races experts were stunned. The Jade Lake's cultivators' hearts were pounding wildly. Had their human race's experts appeared? Had he come to save them? The young disciples were trembling with excitement. However, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were frowning, because the other side only had one person. Could they fight against the terrifying 10,000 ancient races? After all, even the combined forces of the energy reverend and the sage had been defeated. Even if the other party was a saint, there was nothing he could do. Unless the other party had special means to contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons and unlock the seal, reviving the heritage of the great sects of the Holy Land. Only then could they resist the 10,000 ancient races. When the 10,000 ancient races heard this, they were first stunned. Then they sneered in disdain. Guardians of the human race? Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Do you think that you alone can protect the human race? That's right, who do you think you are? How dare you be arrogant in front of the 10,000 ancient races? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. Your human race's time is up. Cold laughter rang out. Among them, a primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons walked out. And kneel down and accept your death. As he spoke, a dragon claw stretched out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it grabbed at the golden figure in front of it. It wanted to claw him until he exploded. This scene caused everyone to feel nervous. The golden figure in front didn't dodge. Instead, he raised a finger and pressed it forward. How dare he fight against the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, he was fighting in close combat. He was courting death. Who did he think he was? Could his physique be stronger than the dragon races? Just wait, this guy will definitely be killed. The primordial kings sneered. In their opinion, how could the other party be a match for the primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Uft! A golden finger was like a peerless divine sword. It was incomparably sharp and directly pierced through the dragon claw. It even pierced through the head of the primordial king of a nest of 10,000 dragons. With a bang, the head exploded. Blood mist filled the air as the corpse fell to the ground. What? This was impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What was going on? The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons was killed. He was killed with a single finger, just like that. Even his soul couldn't escape. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The martial artists on the human side were shocked. Those primordial kings felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this person? How could his methods be so powerful? Damn it! How dare you kill someone from the nest of 10,000 dragons? The primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons were even more furious. They were the primordial royal family. They were high and mighty who dared to attack them. But now, someone actually killed one of their primordial kings so easily. Just an ant. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Let your saints make a move. Today, I will tell you that the human race cannot be bullied. The golden figure said coldly. He was Lin Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Demon Cliff. After Lin Xian fused with the Nine Suns Sword Saint's great success divine body, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He left the Black Demon Cliff, killed a few primordial kings, and rushed directly towards the Jade Pool. Finally, at the last moment, he arrived. Damn it, go, kill him! And primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, a total of 4 primordial kings charged forward. 2 primordial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons, one from the divine Phoenix Ridge, and the other from the Fire Chilin Cave. These 4 primordial kings were all primordial kings of the primordial royal family. Their strength was incomparably terrifying, and they possessed the bloodline of the Emperor clan. At this moment, they attacked crazily. It's over, that guy is in danger. The martial artists on the human side all became nervous. After all, they were primordial kings of the royal family, making everyone's scalps go numb. Even the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the Gu family's patriarchs were the same. Lin Xian looked at the 4 primordial kings who had just arrived, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His eyes were incomparably resplendent. Killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. Another punch was thrown out, transforming into 10 suns that directly blasted forward. Boom! 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 Before the 4 primordial kings could get close, their bodies exploded in midair, torn into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Dead, dead again. Those primordial creatures widened their eyes in disbelief. They screamed crazily. Damn it, I don't believe it. Chapter 28:55. Those were 4 primordial kings. Moreover, they were primordial kings of the royal family. How could they die? Damn it, who the hell was he? These people roared crazily. The 3 great royal families and more than 30 primordial royal families all went crazy. Those primordial creatures even began to tremble. The royal family was a godlike existence in their eyes. But now there was actually someone who could slay a god. The human race's martial artists became excited. Hope was restored in their eyes. The person who came was so powerful, he might really be able to save them. Damn it, who the hell are you? These primordial creatures screamed crazily. They really couldn't believe that a human martial artist would be so powerful. I've said it before, I'm the guardian of the human race. Lin Xian's voice was cold. How dare you threaten my human race? Kill without mercy. How dare you kill my human race's martial artists? Tear them into pieces. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura formed on his body, stirring up the winds and clouds in all directions. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, making everyone look up to him. At this moment, even those primordial creatures' hearts were beating wildly, as if their hearts were about to split open. You want to tear us into pieces with just you? You're overestimating yourself. I'll let you experience the power of the 10,000 ancient races. The primordial king of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted coldly. The primordial king of the divine Phoenix Ridge also roared angrily. Kill him for me. They were really angry. Someone actually dared to challenge the 3 great royal families. They couldn't tolerate it. They had to use the primordial array formation to directly kill him. This time, they didn't rashly move forward because they knew that the other party was very strong. It wasn't something that one or two primordial kings could deal with. Therefore, they planned to use the array formation. These array formations were passed down from the primordial era. They were definitely incomparably powerful and unfathomable. Moreover, with so many primordial powerhouses using it together, it could definitely destroy the world. It wouldn't be difficult to instantly kill the other party. It's over. I wonder if that person can resist it? Yes, these primordial array formations are really too terrifying, far surpassing the array formations that we have now. Behind them, the sacred lords and sect masters of the Jade, Lake, sacred ground were discussing animatedly. The Supreme Elder and the others also had ugly expressions. That was because they had already suffered at the hands of the primordial formation in the previous battle. As soon as the primordial formation was activated, for sect masters had been annihilated on the spot. There were even 6 Supreme Elders who were directly crushed mercilessly. This kind of terrifying array formation made them tremble with fear. Now that the other party was using it, would that golden silhouette be able to withstand it? At the same time, they were also extremely puzzled. Who exactly was this person? Too powerful. Which holy land or great sect were they from? They could not guess. Shen Jingqiu raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel that he resembled Brother Lin Xian? What did you say? Don't speak nonsense. How could that brat be so powerful? Someone shook his head. Murong Qingqing also said that his physique was very similar to the 9-yang divine body. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their scalps went numb. The eyes of the elders, living fossils, sect masters, and sacred lords twinkled. That's right, this really is the 9-yang divine body. No way could it really be that brat. No matter how strong that kid was, he was still only a member of the younger generation. How could he have the power to surpass the holy bishop? These people's faces were full of disbelief. The patriarch of the Yi family took a deep breath. There was no doubt that it was the 9-yang divine body, but it probably wasn't Lin Xian. The power of the 9-yang divine body was too terrifying. It was not something that could be cultivated in a few hundred years. It would be very difficult to cultivate it without a few thousand years. Could it be that there was another successor of the 9-yang divine body in this world? They were extremely shocked. In front of them, the sky and earth spun as terrifying energy surged. Mysterious runes appeared in the sky like demonic beasts, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, all the spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles gathered towards the array formation. A terrifying wave of energy formed, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky as if a peerless demon king was about to awaken. The immemorial Yuan sky array. A cold voice sounded, and the terrifying array formation rumbled, causing everyone's souls to tremble. A peerless killing intent rushed out. The entire ground was trembling. Even the jade pool was shaking. It could not be helped. The array formation was too terrifying. With so many immemorial kings and primordial beings activating it, its power was truly terrifying. Buzz, the terrifying array formation emitted a vast divine might, directly enveloping the entire starry sky and Lin Xian. Hurry up and activate the array formation. Below, Queen Mother of the West and the others also activated the peerless array formation to resist. Otherwise, they would probably be affected too. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated and wanted to escape. However, they could not do it at all. That was because their bodies had all stiffened. Despicable ant, go to hell. In the distance, the immemorial kings looked up to the sky and laughed, activating the array formation. The immemorial Yuan sky array rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying power. Countless lightning bolts and divine abilities rushed out. A wisp of lightning could kill an invincible king. At this moment, with so many of them, no one would be able to resist. The immemorial sky array was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also an array formation expert, so he could naturally feel the powerful power brought about by the immemorial sky array. He was afraid that those sacred leaders and sect masters would not be able to resist it. But now he was different. He now had the greater mastery of the 9-yang divine body, and its power was terrifying. This mere immemorial sky array could not hurt him. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he directly walked forward. Bolts of lightning struck his body, making rumbling sounds, but they could not cause him any harm. Lin Xian was like a god walking in the mortal world, strolling amidst the lightning and apocalyptic divine light. Damn it, how is this possible? Those immemorial kings widened their eyes and screamed crazily. Dream, I must be dreaming. Damn it, this person knows how to use illusions. These immemorial kings and primordial creatures screamed crazily. What did they see? The other party was strolling leisurely in their peerless array formation. He did not dodge at all. How was this possible? With such a terrifying immemorial sky array, any sacred bishop who lived in it would die instantly. Previously, they had successfully killed many powerhouses of the human race. But now, their immemorial sky array had actually failed. Damn it! Could it be that this person is wearing a saint-level battle armor? One of the immemorial kings said coldly. After the other immemorial creatures heard this, their expressions also turned solemn. It was really possible. If it was a saint-level battle armor, it might really be able to withstand it. After all, a saint was extremely terrifying. A saint-level battle armor was a sacred weapon. So what if it's a sacred weapon? Let's attack together. The immemorial kings of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The immemorial sky array was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Even if the other party was wearing a sacred weapon, as long as he was not a saint, he would still die. Chapter 2856. Kill. The primordial kings roared, and the murderous aura of the primordial army filled the sky. The power of the primordial killing array erupted once again. Lin Xian laughed out loud. The 10,000 ancient races and the peerless killing array are nothing in front of me. I've said it before, the human race is not to be bullied. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder tearing through the sky. His palm turned into a golden river and slashed forward. Terrifying lightning, terrifying storm, and world-destroying divine light. Under this attack, everything was turned into ashes. The entire primordial killing array shook violently, as if it would break apart at any time. This scene was too terrifying. The array that could kill a sacred leader was trembling rapidly under the feet of a person. Could this person be a saint? They didn't dare to imagine. God damn it, hold it steady. The primordial kings roared crazily as their palms formed seals. The primordial killing array in front of them churned rapidly as countless runes intertwined, forming a primordial demonic shadow. As soon as the primordial demonic shadow appeared, it carried a murderous aura and quickly charged over. This was formed by a peerless array, and it was extremely terrifying. After the first demonic shadow, many more appeared, densely packed. A total of 100,000 demonic shadows charged into the void. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and emitted a vast amount of energy. Kid, go to hell. The primordial kings behind them roared crazily. With a wave of their palms, 100,000 primordial demonic shadows rushed up crazily, as if they were going to tear Lin Xian into pieces. A mere demonic shadow wants to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Golden light shone, and divine light danced in the sky. He punched out. Boom! 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 The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 100,000 demonic shadows trembled rapidly. Then they exploded, forming countless murderous auras that scattered in all directions. A huge black hole was created in the entire array. Lin Xian retracted his fist. His body bloomed with light as he walked over like a god fiend. He walked out of the crack. A mere killing array, I don't care about it. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Today, I will show you the power of the human race. What? It was broken. Did he just break the ancient killing formation? How could this be? The ancient life forms in the distance were extremely shocked. Their eyelids twitched in disbelief. This was especially true for the archaic kings, whose faces were filled with shock. Who was the other party? What kind of method was this? A single punch had blasted it apart. It was an incomparably terrifying killing array. The human martial artists were also stunned. The sacred leaders and sect masters were shocked. This scene was like a dream. One had to know that the ancient killing formation could easily kill them. However, the other party didn't receive any injuries at all and easily broke through the barrier. Heavens, could this really be a saint? The 10,000 ancient races also thought of this possibility and felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, so what if he's a saint? Kill him for me. No one in the 10,000 ancient races can stop him. These people charged forward like they had gone mad. However, before the ancient army could even approach, they fell from the sky. Their bodies exploded one after another, falling apart into pieces. Even their souls were directly extinguished. This scene was simply too shocking. Each of those ancient life forms was incomparably powerful. But at this moment, in front of Lin Xian, they were like ants. They had no possibility of resisting at all. Damn it, go to hell for me. The two archaic kings of the Fire Qilin cave roared angrily. Unparalleled flames bloomed from their bodies. Their bodies also suddenly enlarged, turning from human form into two Qilins. They were like giant mountains roaring in the sky. These two fire Qilins were extremely terrifying, especially after they transformed into their true bodies. Their bloodline power bloomed, suppressing the 9 heavens. It made those human warriors despair in their hearts. Was this the true body of the 10,000 ancient races? It was truly too terrifying. Moreover, the other party was actually a Qilin. Not good. That was the ancient royal family, the Fire Qilin clan. They were extremely terrifying, not weaker than the dragon race of the nest of 10,000 dragons at all. Sure enough, the two Fire Qilins roared into the 9 heavens. Their terrifying voices shook heaven and earth, shaking those human powerhouses until their ears bled. With a roar, the two Fire Qilins arrived on both sides of Lin Xian. Their claws fell, tearing through the void, wanting to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Lin Xian reached out his palm, transforming it into a 5-finger mountain. Grabbing forward, he grabbed the heads of the two Fire Qilins. Damn it, go to hell for me. The two Fire Qilins roared angrily. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky, wanting to refine Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A surge of 9 yang divine fire also rose from his hand and pounced forward. In the next moment, the two flames collided, emitting sizzling sounds. The two Fire Qilins screamed miserably. Their bodies were wrapped in 9 yang divine fire. Their bodies split open, their flesh and blood a mess. Damn it! How was this possible? I don't believe it. They roared crazily. This was too shocking. They were actually unable to resist the other party's flames. What kind of flames were these? One had to know they were Fire Qilins. They cultivated flames to begin with. Furthermore, what they cultivated were Emperor race flames. What kind of terrifying flames were those? But they actually could not resist the other party, making them unable to believe it. In the next moment, they screamed even more miserably. Their heads were split into pieces, directly smashed apart. 2 massive corpses fell. Dust mist filled the air, and the ground cracked open. This scene was simply too terrifying. Dead, another 2 primordial kings were killed. This scene was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like a fiend god, moving his fists. Places that he passed through, those primordial creatures were all killed miserably one after another. Not a single one was able to escape. In an instant, those primordial creatures' blood flowed like rivers, corpses like mountains. This scene was simply too shocking. Those primordial creatures roared crazily. Damn it, who the hell are you? The one who killed you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Weren't you all very arrogant and rampant? Want to slaughter humans? Now, I'll let you all have a taste of being slaughtered. While talking, Lin Xian waved his palm. Another 3 primordial kings' heads were cut off. Like cutting vegetables, there was no resistance at all. Taking a step out, swathes of the primordial army were crushed into a blood mist, without the strength to resist at all. Lin Xian was akin to a wolf entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Places that he passed through, blood flowed like rivers. Too powerful. The human race's martial artists were shocked to the core. Those young disciples even clenched their fists tightly, their faces full of excitement. Awesome, it was really too awesome. Previously, they were slaughtered by these 10,000 ancient races until blood flowed like rivers, without the strength to resist at all. It made them despair for a time, thinking that the human race would be wiped out. But now, a peerless powerhouse jumped out of their human race, slaying the primordial creatures domineeringly. How similar was this scene? It was just that the targets of killing were their human race, but it became these primordial creatures. Chapter 28:57. Seeing these ancient creatures being miserable and scared out of their wits, they felt very good. Ah, how dare you kill a member of the ancient royal race? I will definitely tear you into pieces. An ancient king of the divine Phoenix Ridge roared crazily. The pair of wings on his back were hundreds of meters long. When they spread out, they were like 2 heavenly blades that cut through the void. However, he couldn't stop it. His subordinates and clansmen quickly fell. With a furious roar, he roared at Lin Xian, but his head was pierced by a finger. His body also fell down and he lost his breath. Despair. The 10,000 ancient races were in despair at this moment. What kind of feeling was this? They had never experienced it before. But now, in the hands of a single person, they experienced despair. No matter how powerful the array formation, how terrifying the treasures, or how terrifying the ancient kings were, they were all killed in a single move in front of the other party. A single punch was enough to settle everything. Ancestor, come and save us. Those ancient kings roared at the sky, and the ancient creatures screamed crazily. They didn't dare to attack the other party at all. They only hoped that their ancestor would return from the war in the outer realm, to save them and kill this despicable human in front of them. The war in the outer realm was extremely intense. Tao laws danced in the air, and divine chains crisscrossed. Suddenly an ancient sage frowned. They heard shouts from below. What was going on? What happened? Why would their descendants let out such miserable screams? Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons stretched out his soul and glanced down. In the next moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, what was going on? Why did so many of the 10,000 ancient races die? Nearly half of them were directly killed. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed into rivers. The terrifying aura almost spread to the outer realm. The other 11 sages also saw the scene below, and they all roared crazily. Damn it, who was it? What happened? Not good. There was still a human sage below. Hurry up and kill. We can't let him attack again. These people roared crazily. They no longer fought with the 7 sages of the human race. Instead, they turned around and killed their way down. The 7 sages of the human race heaved a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by 12 ancient sages, they were in an extremely dangerous situation. They could be annihilated at any moment. Yet now the 12 sages had actually abandoned them and left. They looked down and saw the same scene. So many ancient creatures had died. Even many ancient kings had died. What happened? Who was that person? When they saw the golden figure, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were no nomological laws dancing around the other party's body, nor were there any divine chains accompanying them. However, a single movement from the other party, a single ray of light, was enough to make them shudder in fear. An expert an absolutely terrifying expert. He should be a saint. The human race actually had a saint. Moreover, he had killed so many of the archaic army. This made them extremely shocked. Let's go down and take a look. The 7 sages absorbed the spirit chi from tens of millions of miles away and swallowed all kinds of treasures to quickly recover from their injuries. At the same time, they tore through the void and flew down. When they reached the bottom, they were still shocked. Although they had already seen the scene below when they had been in the outer realm, their hearts were pounding wildly now that they were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These were all primordial experts. Moreover, after these 10,000 ancient races died, they all transformed into their true forms. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, crocodiles, elephants, tigers, the huge corpses of the primordial mutants were like small mountains that filled the ground. The blood was extremely terrifying and contained boundless power. A single drop could easily kill an expert. At this moment, there was so much blood that it had gathered into a sea of blood. It was as if the entire world had turned into azure hell. Damn it! The 12 sages roared crazily. They couldn't tolerate so many 10,000 ancient races being killed. These were all their elite experts. Each of them could hold their own and dominate a region. But now they were all dead. How could they tolerate this? They roared angrily, and their killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. Their eyes were like piercingly cold sword lights as they stared at the golden figure in front of them. It's you. They looked at the other party with murderous intent. At the same time, their eyelids twitched wildly. The other party was too strange. Facing the killing intent of the 12 sages, he was still calm and composed. There was no trace of discomfort at all. In fact, their sage's pressure and nomological laws couldn't even get close to the other party. A sage. This was definitely a sage. However, the human race actually had a sage, and he was so terrifying. This made them unable to believe it. Damn it, who are you? The guardian of the human race. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The 12 primordial sages? You've finally come out. Killing these ants is really too boring. Come on, let's fight. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking the human race. Lin Xian waved his hand, completely disregarding the 12 primordial sages. Seeing this scene, the 7 human sages were shocked. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake sacred ground were all excited. He was too domineering. Previously, the 12 primordial sages were high and mighty, looking down on them. Who would have thought that one day the human race would also be able to look down on the 12 sages? Everyone quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water. Shi Wangmu didn't stay idle either. While the sages were fighting, the sacred leaders and sect masters, as well as the powerhouses, quickly drank the Jade Lake sacred water to recover from their injuries. Damn it, I'm so angry. In front, the primordial sages roared crazily. They were really mad. They had to kill the person in front of them, pull out his tendons and skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. None of this could relieve the resentment in their hearts. Not only you. I want the entire human race to be buried with you. I want everyone in the Jade Lake today to go to hell. The primordial sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Cheilin Cave roared crazily. They decided to destroy the human race and avenge their clansmen. The 12 sages emitted sharp killing intent that enveloped heaven and earth. The people of the Jade Lake below were pale. It was over. They had completely angered the primordial sages. They would probably end up in a miserable state. They hoped that that person could withstand it. What a joke. He definitely couldn't withstand it. How could he defeat the 12 sages alone? Even with the other 7, there were still 8 of them. Against 12, he was still at a disadvantage. That's right, and this gap couldn't be made up for. The sacred leaders and sect masters shook their heads and sighed. They felt that the Golden Man wasn't saving them, but completely angering the 10,000 ancient races. Their deaths would be hastened. In front, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Countless divine lights gathered under his feet, forming a giant golden dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the sky. His cold voice also resounded in all directions. Are you all coming together, or one by one? Chapter 2858. Together? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are that you need us to attack you together? I can kill you alone. A primeval sage stepped forward. Silver nomological laws danced around this person's body. Silver Tao runes shone brightly. Lightning filled the sky and floated under his feet. It was too terrifying. It was as if he was a peerless god of thunder who could control all the lightning in the world. This is the sage of the Silver Lightning race. A sect leader of the Jade Lake sacred ground exclaimed. The Silver Lightning race was a very powerful race. Their sage was very terrifying. Moreover, this sage had cultivated the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws. It could be said that he was very heaven-defying in the Tao of thunder. Be careful. This person's five-colored divine thunder nomological laws are very terrifying. Don't touch it easily. Behind him, several sages spoke in deep voices. This was because previously a sage of the great Xia dynasty was injured by the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws. Therefore, everyone had a deep impression of this sage of the Silver Lightning race. The five-colored divine thunder nomological laws? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. So what? I have the nine-yang divine body now. No matter how terrifying the other party's nomological laws were, he was not afraid. In front of him, the sage of the Silver Lightning race said coldly, Kid, do you believe that I can kill you with just 3 nomological laws? He was very confident because the five-colored divine thunder nomological laws were too violent. Nothing could resist that destructive power. 3 nomological chains? Lin Xian sneered. You can't hurt me with 300, let alone 3. His voice was full of confidence. It seemed that he did not take the other party seriously at all. Damn kid, you're courting death. The Archean king of the Silver Lightning race walked up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our patriarch like that? They were really mad. Their patriarch was very terrifying. He was not inferior to the sages of the Archean royal families. That was the pride of the Silver Lightning race. Now, someone dared to look down on them. How could they tolerate that? The sage of the Silver Lightning race's face also darkened. He waved his hand and asked his people to retreat. As for him, he looked to the front and stared at the golden figure. Clever and eloquent, but very soon you will regret it. As he spoke, 5-colored light rose from the saint of the Silver Electric race, which turned into 5-colored divine chains that circled around him. These were all divine chains formed from the power of laws. They were extremely terrifying. This kind of law completely surpassed that of a king. It could even easily kill any existence below the level of a saint. When those sect masters felt the power of the laws, their bodies trembled. They could only take out their divine weapons and activate them to defend themselves. The other human race martialists were pressed to the ground because they could not withstand the energy of the nomological laws at such a close distance. Fortunately, they were now inside the array formation. Otherwise, without the array formation, the aura emanating from it alone would have been enough to blast all the martialists into a bloody mist. Was this the power of a saint? How terrifying! Heavens, are they going to make a move here? Brat, let's go. Follow me to the outer realms to fight. The saint of the Silver Electric clan rose into the air and spoke in a cold voice. However, Lin Xian did not move at all. He said coldly, There's no need to go through so much trouble. If I fight with you, I'll be able to determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves. He had no intention of going to the outer realm. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Determine the victor in 1 or 2 moves. This person was too arrogant. That's right. Who did he think he was? How dare he say such a thing? That was a saint. A battle between saints was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Did he think that he was still fighting against those archaic kings? The 10,000 Archean races roared in anger. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant, especially the saint of the Silver Hall race. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. Good, good, good. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Today I'll tear you into pieces. I'll let you know how powerful I am. He stretched out his hand, and 5-colored light burst out. Lightning swept out as if it had flown from the immortal palace. Countless Tao inscriptions intertwined and covered the entire sky. At this moment, all the martial artists were trembling. Every single one of them was terrified. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they could not move at all. Not only the human race, but also the archaic race army. Feeling the might of a saint at such a close distance made everyone hold their breaths. Go to hell, brat. The saint of the silver lightning race struck. He waved his palm and thousands of lightning flashed. The entire sky turned into 5-colored divine light. It was extremely dazzling. The sky and earth collapsed. Nothing could withstand it. Queen Mother of the West and the others frantically activated the array, but the array was still rapidly breaking apart. They had no choice. The power of a saint was too terrifying. They had to use their sacred weapons quickly. The sacred lords and sect leaders struck out a few sacred weapons that floated in the sky. Together with the array, they managed to block the attack. Otherwise, Fairy Lake would have been split in half. How powerful! Was this the precept of the 5-colored divine lightning? Once this precept was unleashed, it was truly devastating. One of the sect leaders looked solemn. Another Grand Elder also said that lightning was a violent force. The 5-colored divine lightning was one of the most terrifying types of lightning. The precept of the 5-colored divine lightning was absolutely heaven-defying. He wondered if that person would be able to withstand it. In the sky, a 5-colored palm slammed down. The palm carried terrifying Tao inscriptions and terrifying divine chains. This was a destructive attack. Before the palm arrived, the space around Lin Xian completely collapsed and turned into a ball of chaos. That terrifying destructive force wanted to tear his body apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stomped his foot. The surrounding void split open, and a terrifying force pushed in all directions. Instantly, the chaotic void was pushed away. His body shone with boundless light. The terrifying 5-colored divine lightning struck his body, producing a sonorous sound. The impact caused the people in the distance to vomit blood. The primordial creatures also bled from their 7 orifices. As for Lin Xian, he was unharmed. Was this your 5-colored divine lightning? It was only SO. Lin Xian sneered. What? He actually blocked the 5-colored thunder precept. And he was unharmed? Heavens, what kind of body was that? Was that guy a greater mastery, sacred body? The people from the 10,000 Archean races were also stunned. They knew how terrifying the 5-colored divine lightning was. Especially now, it was a saint who had attacked. How could the other party resist it? Could it be that he was wearing a saint armor? Everyone looked solemn. The 12 saints' gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the golden light. No, he wasn't wearing any armor. This was the power of his physical body. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. How had he managed to resist the destructive 5-colored divine thunder laws with his physical strength alone? Damn it, there was something wrong with his physique. Could he be the Yi family's greater mastery sacred body? A creature from the divine phoenix ridge frowned and said, Chapter 2859. When the others heard this, Their eyelids twitched wildly. Impossible. The Yi family's sage physique was so terrifying. It was said that the combat power of a sage physique was comparable to that of a great emperor. If he really had a sage physique, he would probably be able to destroy all of us with a slap. The Silver Lightning Saint was extremely shocked. His opponent's physique was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. He could actually block his 5-colored divine thunder law. Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can block my next attack. The Silver Lightning Saint's cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. He formed a seal with his palms, and the law and divine chains of order danced in the sky. They were densely packed and covered the sky, forming layers of lightning. 49 levels of heaven. Heavens, he actually knew such a great divine ability. A supreme elder of the human race exclaimed in surprise. The others asked one after another. The 49 levels of heaven was an extremely terrifying divine ability. One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation descended, it would descend from the 49 levels of heaven. However, it would usually only appear at the 9th, 12th, and 18th levels of heaven. At most, it would appear at the 36th level of heaven. As for the 49 levels of heaven, they were legendary existences. Perhaps only when a great emperor broke through the heavenly tribulation would the 49 levels of heaven appear. But now, the other party had used his own divine ability to evolve the 49 levels of heaven. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? These people were shocked. Even the saints of the human race had solemn expressions, especially the saint of the great Xia dynasty. He had been injured by the other party's 49 levels of heaven. Kid, my 49 levels of heaven are comparable to the real heavenly tribulation lightning. Unless you are a true great emperor, you will not be able to block my 49 levels of heaven. Now go to hell. The saint of the silver lightning race revealed a sinister smile. This was his trump card, and it was extremely powerful. So what if the other party's physique was strong? He did not believe that the other party could resist his 49 levels of heaven. 9 levels of heaven, kill. The silver lightning saint waved his hand, and immediately the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky descended. 9 levels of heavenly tribulation lightning right off the bat. This was really a killer move. The eyelids of the human race powerhouses twitched wildly, and the ancient creatures exclaimed repeatedly. In the sky, crackling sounds could be heard. The void was torn apart, forming countless large cracks. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out from the 9 heavens. The 5-color divine lightning carried an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. No one who was swept by the lightning could survive. Even those saints had to be careful. Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of crisis. Was this the 49 layered heavens? He was indeed powerful, but so what? He sneered and charged towards the sky. He waved his golden fists, and 2 golden crows flew in the sky. Boom! The thunder tribulation that filled the sky exploded. The entire sky was torn apart. Not only that, the 9th heaven was also torn into 2 by him. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the sun god of war, unstoppable. The saint of the silver lightning race continued to attack with a dark expression. He knew that the 9th heaven shouldn't be able to hurt the other party. Therefore, he gradually increased his attacks. 12 layers of heaven. He suppressed it. This time, the lightning was even more violent and terrifying than before. It carried the danger of destroying the world. However, it was still destroyed by Lin Xian with 1 punch. 24 layers of heaven. The saint of the silver lightning race roared again with a cold expression. This time, the 24 layers of heaven pressed down. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the lightning of the 24 layers of heaven. It was a huge creature that looked very ferocious. It looked like a qilin or a lion. It was a lightning lake. It was a divine beast of lightning. Heavens, he could actually evolve such a thing. Oh no, the saint of the great Xia dynasty was injured by this lightning beast. Would that person be injured too? He must be able to withstand it, these people exclaimed. In the sky, the huge lightning beast let out a roar. Along with the divine lightning that filled the sky, it quickly charged over. It was surrounded by Tao patterns that formed a terrifying divine chain that displayed an extremely powerful destructive power. However, Lin Xian was still fearless. He strode forward. Under his feet, a golden light flickered and turned into a golden dragon. A piercing light burst out from his eyes like two golden divine swords. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed golden. Slash! Lin Xian roared. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he waved his arm and used his entire arm as a giant sword. With one strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The lightning beast in front of him was split in half with a bang and let out a miserable howl. The 24 layers of heaven were also shattered. Uft! The saint of the silver lightning race was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and pierced through the void. He was injured. How was this possible? Damn it! Our sage is actually injured. No, I don't believe it. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races roared crazily. They were all stunned. The people of the silver lightning race screamed crazily. Patriarch! They did not expect their patriarch to be injured. On the side of the human race, their faces were filled with shock. Defeated, he actually defeated the lightning lake. He broke the 24 layers of heaven. Heavens! Where did this person come from? He was too terrifying. He could split the sky and the earth with one strike. Poof! The saint of the Silver Palace retreated a few 100,000 miles before he could stop. His face became ferocious. Ah! A furious roar shattered the sky for millions of miles. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xian had actually broken his lightning beast, his 24 layers of heaven, and even injured him. He could not accept this. At the same time, he was shocked. Lin Xian's sword was so terrifying that it made him feel a little apprehensive. Damn it! You have completely angered me. 36 layers of heaven. In the sky, endless lightning rumbled as the 36 layers of heaven pressed down again. This time, the lightning formed numerous lightning palaces that contained a mysterious power. Tao runes danced on the palaces, and the laws spread out as they quickly descended from the sky. Not good. This power was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the 24 layers of heaven. No one would be able to resist it. They would have to use a sacred weapon to resist it. Does he have a sacred weapon? Should I lend one to him? The martial artists of the human race were extremely shocked. This power caused the entire jade, lake, sacred ground to tremble. The sacred weapons rumbled non-stop. The 7 sages of the human race also took action to stabilize the array of the jade lake. The 36 layers of heaven was too terrifying. The sky was filled with immortal palaces, as if they were really the palaces of the heavenly court. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He felt a great resistance that seemed to be preventing him from moving forward. It was just the evolution of lightning. Did they really think that the immortal palaces could suppress him? Chapter 2860. The golden light on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. He stretched out his large golden hand and grabbed forward. This palm stretched out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the hand of a true fiend god was long as it went against the flow. He grabbed the palaces that filled the sky. Then he squeezed hard. Crack! The palaces that filled the sky were all shattered. Endless lightning danced and pierced through all directions. Ah! Below, the ancient army was swept by the lightning and instantly pierced through, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! The other sages cast out layers of nomological light screens to protect the lives of the 10,000 Archean races. However, their expressions were incomparably gloomy. Shattered, the 36 heavenly palaces were crushed with one pinch. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it at all. The Silver Lightning Race's sage was even more dumbfounded. That was the 36 heavens. What a terrifying divine power! However, it was shattered by the other party's palm. How was this possible? Damn it, the 49 heavens! He roared angrily, but before he could activate his divine power, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He had received 3 divine powers from the other party and did not intend to passively endure it anymore. He planned to take the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and like a golden sword, he tore through space and time and arrived in front of the Silver Lightning Race's sage. With a kick, it was as if a huge mountain was crashing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The Silver Lightning Race's sage had not finished using his divine power, and the 49 heavens in the sky had just formed, but he was already kicked by Lin Xian. With this kick, more than half of his ribs were broken, and his body flew backward like a meteor. He crashed into the marble. Instantly, the ground split open, forming countless cracks. Dust filled the sky, and countless nomological laws and divine chains danced in the air. Boom! In the sky, the 49 heavens that had just formed also quickly dissipated. Looking at this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief, because at the sage level, raising a hand was a nomological law, and waving a hand was a divine chain. Who would use their fists in close combat? This was simply a battle between barbarians. However, the golden figure in front of him was so powerful that he could crush the 36 heavens with a single hand. At this moment, he was in close combat. With a single kick, he sent the Silver Lightning Saint flying. Heavens, was he really a saint? I don't know. I've never seen him use the laws. He only saw him using the power of his physical body. It was too strange. The experts of the human race discussed animatedly among themselves. The eyes of the saints of the human race flickered. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Regardless of whether the other party had used any nomological laws, the consequences of this alone were extremely terrifying. To be able to send a sage flying with a single kick, they felt like they were dreaming. Damn it, no, I don't believe it. The archaic kings screamed like they had gone mad. How could the other party be so strong? The other 11 saints' mouths also twitched. Damn barbarians, human ants, they're too despicable. They didn't expect that the other party would engage in close combat. However, what shocked them the most was how strong the physique of a sage was. So what if it was close combat? If a sage stood there and didn't fight back, a group of archaic kings wouldn't be able to break through the sage's defense. But now, the other party had sent the Silver Lightning Saint flying with a single kick and even injured him. This meant that the other party was definitely at the sage level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the sage's defense. Damn it, this guy was really strange. He was clearly a sage, but he didn't use any nomological laws and only used the power of his physical body to resist. Could it be that he had some restrictions? The Blood Moon Race's archaic saint frowned. What restrictions? Despicable human, you're provoking us. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. In his opinion, it wasn't that the other party wouldn't attack, but that he wouldn't use any nomological laws. This was obviously looking down on them. How could they tolerate this? The other saints also had gloomy expressions. Why don't we attack together and kill him? These people all had the same thought, but at this moment, a saint of the Yi family stood out and shouted coldly. What? You want to attack together? Is this the glory of the ancient race? As a member of the 10,000 ancient races, you don't even have this much confidence? Hearing this voice, the saints of the 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth. Damn it, they couldn't attack anymore, because they couldn't afford to lose face. Indeed, they thought that they were high and mighty, that they had the noblest bloodline flowing in their bodies, and that humans were ants. Now, a group of high and mighty existences like them had to besiege an ant. How could they do that? Their pride didn't allow them to do that. Therefore, They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. But there was nothing they could do. All of a sudden, everyone's gazes shifted to the distance. What happened to the silver lightning race's saint under the ground? Boom! 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 The ground below began to tremble, and large cracks appeared in all directions that were tens of millions of miles long. It continued to spread. The entire ground was cut into several pieces. A figure drilled out of the ground and roared at the sky. "Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you." This person was an expert of the silver lightning race. He was mad with anger. The other party had actually injured him with a kick and broken his divine ability. This was intolerable. He swore that he would tear the other party into pieces. However, as soon as he left the ground, a long leg stepped on his head and stomped him down again. Crack! Crack! The silver lightning race's saint's head was deformed. Do you still want to get up and resist? Today, I'll trample you under the feet of the humans. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped on the other party's head with one foot and looked in all directions, disdainfully. This scene was simply too shocking. Everyone was stunned. The entire world was terrifyingly silent. Only their hearts were beating non-stop. So powerful, so domineering. The people from the human race were shocked beyond words. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. The saints were even more so. The young disciple fainted from excitement as if he had been injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, the archaic army roared crazily. "No, damn it, take your foot away. We'll kill you. We'll definitely kill you. Let go of our patriarch." They screamed crazily. The archaic saints were their patriarchs, their pride. But now, their heads were being stepped on, and they could not resist at all. This was intolerable. Damn it, let go of our patriarch. The 8 archaic kings of the silver lightning race charged over. They held ancient treasures in their hands and connected them to form a terrifying attack that charged toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 8 divine rainbows transformed into golden swords that slashed into the distance. Instantly, the 8 archaic kings were cut in half. Bang! 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 Their bodies split open and blood spurted out. This scene was extremely tragic. This scene caused the archaic army that came later to stop. They retreated as if they had gone mad. Chapter 2861. Powerful, he's too powerful. He raised his hand to kill the primordial king and stepped on the head of the primordial saint in a domineering manner. What kind of person is he? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of a great emperor? Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The primordial saint of the silver lightning race roared crazily. His lungs were about to explode from anger. He had never been humiliated like this. No one had ever dared to hurt him, let alone step on his head. But now, he was so aggrieved in front of a human. This was intolerable. However, no matter what laws he used or what divine abilities he used, he couldn't escape from the other party's feet. How is this possible? How is this possible? The silver lightning race's saint roared crazily. He couldn't escape from the other party's feet. This is too unbelievable. Lin Xian felt that the saint below him wanted to break free. He sneered. Stop struggling. You can't break free at all. He had mastered the 9-yang divine skill, and his strength was terrifying. Although he didn't use any laws, the power of his physical body was not something that the other party could contend with. Damn it! The silver lightning race's saint roared. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and his head exploded. That energy could destroy the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy combined with the saint's blood turned into a ferocious beast that charged towards Lin Xian crazily, wanting to tear him apart. Oh no, that saint actually self-destructed. The human cultivators in the distance cried out in alarm. The eyelids of the sect leaders also twitched wildly. A saint didn't hesitate to self-destruct. The consequences were definitely terrifying. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely engulfed. The place where he was turned into a black hole that spread in all directions. Nothing could stop it. Everyone retreated crazily. The human saints even held sacred artifacts in their hands and launched terrifying attacks that cut through everything. Whoosh! The silver lightning races. Saint retreated. In the distance, his head reassembled. Although his face was pale, he revealed a sinister sneer. Damn it, you actually want me to self-destruct to kill you. How despicable. Don't worry. Although you're dead, I'll kill all of your fellow humans. I want you humans to bleed to the last drop of blood. The killer's intent on his body overflowed into the sky and transformed into rays of rainbow that pierced through the 9 heavens. Because he was truly enraged, he would not rest until he killed all of the human race. The rest of the Supreme Ancient Army also roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha! What kind of human expert is this? That's all there is to it. That's right, even though he's formidable, he's still no match for our ancestor in the end. You humans will definitely die today. These people's eyes were also red. Like demons, they were ready to attack. It was over. On the human side, their hearts fell from heaven to hell. Their faces were filled with despair. Some of them even knelt on the ground and started crying crazily. Was the gold-like man killed as well? They didn't dare to imagine that the other party was so powerful that he could trample an ancient saint under his feet. He was their savior. But now, the other party was swallowed up by the terrifying black hole and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the expressions of the other sacred leaders and sect masters, he knew that the other party was most likely dead. As expected, the faces of the sacred leaders and sect masters turned ugly. The 7 sages also had cold expressions on their faces. The Supreme Ancient Army in the distance was like a black cloud that pressed over. Despicable human, go to hell! They laughed sinisterly. With a boom, the endless black hole was torn open, and the gold-like figure walked out again. How dare they attack again? Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw those figures charging over again. The light on his body transformed into 108,000 sharp swords that slashed in all directions. Puff! Puff! The Supreme Ancient Army was mercilessly destroyed. Their bodies split open and turned into a sea of blood again. Damn it! The people from the 10,000 ancient races felt their hearts being torn apart. Their elite had fallen again. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was not dead. The other party was walking over. How was that possible? How was the other party unharmed after such a violent energy attack? What kind of physique was that? Could it be that he really had a greater mastery of the sage physique? How dare you self-destruct? Let's see how many times you can self-destruct. Lin Xian tore through the void and charged over again. In an instant, he arrived in front of the silver lightning races sage. Damn it, get lost! The silver lightning races sage roared crazily when he saw that. The 5-colored lightning on his body formed a lightning blade, and he slashed out. The terrifying blade light was like a huge mountain ridge that pressed down from the sky. At the same time, the silver lightning races sage opened his mouth and spat. The sky was filled with thunder. The entire world was shaking. The mountains in the distance were directly shattered. Numerous cracks began to appear on the ground. The terrifying thunderbolts transformed into flying swords made of thunder and lightning that shot towards Lin Xian. These flying swords all carried Taoist patterns and flashed with nomological laws. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. This scene caused everyone to hold their breaths. This method was simply too powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light, and the 9 suns' divine fire burned fiercely. It fought against the lightning that filled the sky. The small flying swords were enveloped by the 9 suns' divine fire and instantly melted. The Taoist patterns on them also burned. Lin Xian's fist turned into a terrifying golden crow that charged forward and blasted the 5-colored blade light away. At the same time, his leg flew up and lashed forward like a divine whip. With a bang, the silver lightning race's sage was sent flying again. Whoosh! Lin Xian followed closely behind like a shadow. He stepped out with a long foot, and it pressed down from the sky like an ancient mountain. Boom! This foot once again stepped on the silver lightning race's sage. Everyone was stunned. The silver lightning race's sage was so angry that he fainted. His head was stepped on again. It was the same scene, the same action, and he could not escape. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to self-destruct. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He exerted force with his foot and directly crushed the sage's head. With a boom, a bloody mist exploded and blood splattered everywhere. This time, it was not self-destruction. Instead, it was the saint's head that was stomped to smithereens. Boom! Lin Xian's foot landed on the sage's body, and his body was torn into pieces. Sage blood surged in the sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. A sage's body was blasted into pieces. They knew that with the means of a sage, it was impossible for him to die so easily. However, this was the first time they had seen a sage being blasted into pieces. It was too tragic. That golden figure was simply too powerful. Was this the power of the 9 suns' divine body? Why do I feel that he has a greater mastery of the 9 suns' divine body? The sacred lords, grand elders, and the sages of the human race discussed in low voices. The silver lightning race's sage regrouped and charged over crazily. However, he was once again blasted into pieces by Lin Xian's punch. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. Lin Xian was like a god of death, unstoppable. Chapter 2862. He did not use any laws. His fists were simple and direct, and he could easily crush the sage's body. Buzz! Suddenly, the void behind Lin Xian cracked open, and a blood-red ray of light shot toward him. The ray of light was too sudden, and it was impossible to guard against it. It was extremely fast, and there were Tao patterns on it. Obviously, another kind of sage had made a move. Oh no! All the human race martial artists exclaimed, and they started to worry about the golden figure. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He did not expect someone else to make a move. Shameless indeed. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a palm strike behind him. With a boom, Lin Xian's palm strike sent the red ray of light flying. The red ray of light flew backward and turned into a blood-red moon. It floated in the sky with monstrous Tao patterns. It was the sage of the Blood Moon clan. He had made a move. The human race martial artists in the distance exclaimed. They did not expect the second true Archean sage to make a move. Were they trying to bully him with numbers? The human race's sage had terrifying law divine chains on his body, and he was about to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and charged toward the Blood Moon clan sage. A huge hand covered the sky like a demonic mountain and blasted out, courting death. In the sky, the Blood Moon clan's sage roared. The blood-red moon behind him could suppress the world. At this moment, he was enraged when he saw Lin Xian making a move against him. The blood-red Tao patterns on his body turned into divine swords and pierced down from the sky. Soon, they collided with Lin Xian's golden palm. There was a boom in the sky, and it sounded like a heavenly tribulation. Sparks flew from the golden palm, but it was not injured. Instead, the terrifying force shattered all the blood swords. The Blood Moon clan's sage. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His golden palm struck out, trying to capture the Blood Moon clan's sage. Courting death! How dare you! The Blood Moon clan's sage roared. He activated the blood-red moon behind him and charged toward Lin Xian with endless law. At the same time, the saint of the Silver Lightning clan charged over again. Divine chains of order flashed in the sky, bringing with them a terrifying power of thunder and a terrifying blood-red killing aura. At this moment, the two saints were going all out against Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. Oh no, that person is in danger. That's right, no matter how strong he was, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of two saints. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races? How shameless! The humans on the side of the human race roared madly. Indeed, he didn't expect the other party to use such a method of outnumbering him. Ancestor, make a move! The human warriors looked at the 7 saints. However, the ancient sages in the sky sneered. You want a group battle? We don't mind playing with you. Their auras descended and stared the human saints below. If the human saints made any movements, they would attack mercilessly. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the humans. Damn it! The human saints' face darkened. There was nothing they could do about it. This was their current disadvantage. If they could use their trump cards, they would be able to reverse this situation. However, they just couldn't use their trump cards. Therefore, at this moment, they could only watch as the golden figure in front of them was besieged by the two saints. Buzz! The golden hand grabbed the blood moon in the sky and then squeezed hard. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon. Boom! Then it shattered. The blood moon saint was sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless cracks also appeared on his body. Even his divine chains of order had become dim. This scene stunned everyone. Another palm had shattered the blood moon. This scene caused the same commotion as when the other party shattered the 36 levels of heaven with a single palm. Die for me! At this moment, the silver lightning saint also appeared behind them. The 5-colored lightning on his body blasted forward. Each bolt of lightning was condensed from the laws. At this moment, they were densely packed and turned into an inescapable net. The intertwining of the lightning made everyone tremble. Even the human saints had solemn expressions. This was because the 5-colored lightning posed a great threat to them. However, it didn't have much of an effect on Lin Xian. The strength of Lin Xian's body was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, when the 5-colored lightning struck Lin Xian, it didn't cause any damage at all. On the other hand, the silver lightning saint was sent flying by Lin Xian once again. The other party's body was torn apart and shattered again. This was the 10,000 ancient races. They were only SOO. Lin Xian stood in the void and looked around with a hint of mockery in his eyes. 2 against 1, and not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he also suppressed 2 primordial saints. The heavens were too powerful. Were these the powerhouses of the human race? The cultivators in the jade pool were extremely excited. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races' faces were gloomy. They were about to faint from anger. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Too powerful. The other party was indeed too powerful. They had probably never dreamed of this scene. The saints of the Silver Electric clan and the Blood Moon clan yelled in anger. Kill! The 2 of them attacked again. If they didn't kill this kid in front of them, they would be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't show any mercy at this moment. They used their nomological great Daos. An entire world shook rapidly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian didn't use any nomological laws. The power of a greater mastery divine body was enough to deal with the current situation. One had to know that when the 9-Sun Sword Saint was alive, he was extremely shocking. A greater mastery 9-Sun divine body wasn't weaker than a greater mastery sacred body. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the power to collapse the heavens with a raise of his hand. A great battle erupted, but after 50 moves, the 2 saints fled miserably. They were beaten up 7 or 8 times, and even their souls were injured. Their nomological laws were about to be destroyed. This shocked them. The person in front of them was like a god of death. He far surpassed them, and they didn't dare to fight again. The 10,000 ancient races were only SOSO. Lin Xian stood in the sky like a god looking down. It made the army of the 10,000 ancient races tremble. The faces of the primordial royal family members were also pale. The expressions of the other primordial saints were terrifying. Damn it! Since when were they intimidated by the threat of the human race? They wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Who's going to kill him? In front, a saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly, F***CK. A saint of the Tiango race walked out. He opened his huge head and bit at Lin Xian. Instantly, the originally bright sky became dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Not good, the Tiango eclipse of the moon. Below, the cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground trembled. Many of them lay on the ground, and their souls were about to be crushed. Rumor had it that the Tiango race could devour the moon. They originally thought that it was just an exaggeration, but now it seemed that the Tiango race's saint could really do that. This time it was as if the entire sky was swallowed. Lin Xian was naturally stabbed in. Chapter 2863. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly dog saint sneered. Their race was known as the Moon Devourer. That was not a lie. Moreover, they did not simply swallow things. There was a terrifying power in their bodies that could refine everything. Even if a saint was swallowed, he would most likely die. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly dog saint threw his head back and laughed. However, he was soon unable to laugh anymore. That was because his head had been smashed apart. In the endless darkness, a golden light shone and pierced through the sky. Then, the heavenly dog saint screamed in pain. His saint blood floated down. His teeth were shattered and his head was torn apart. A golden figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Lin Xian. Do you think you can swallow me? After Lin Xian came out, he stomped on the ground and punched the heavenly dog saint's body into pieces again. Another saint was injured. His body was destroyed. The 10,000 Archean races could not believe it. The other saints were even more shocked. All of you back down. I'll do it. An old voice sounded. This time an old man walked out. Divine flames surged on his body, making him look like a god of fire. The saint of Fire Chilin Cave. He was the saint of the primordial royal family. These people were terrified. The heavenly dog race and the blood moon race were all primordial royal families. They were powerful. However, they were still inferior to the primordial royal family. Now, the saint of the primordial royal family was finally going to make a move. A flaming divine spear appeared in the old man's hand. It emitted a monstrous light, and Tao patterns filled the sky. The Qilin spear, a sacred artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying and famous sacred artifact. It was created by a powerhouse in the primordial era. It had been sleeping together with Fire Chilin Cave for countless years. Now it finally saw the light of day again. The Qilin spear was able to suppress everything. Even the saints felt threatened, let alone the sect masters, sacred ancestors, and ordinary martial artists. They could not breathe at all. Everything was over. The old saint of Fire Chilin Cave snorted coldly. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying light. A terrifying saint's aura directly pierced through the void. Whoa! In an instant he appeared in front of Lin Xian and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. So fast, so strong! Everyone exclaimed. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the spearhead in front of him. What? He wanted to face the Qilin spear, head-on, catching a saint weapon with his bare hands? These people were extremely shocked, especially the experts from the 10,000 ancient races. They cried out in surprise. He could not believe it. The archaic kings of the Fire Chilin Cave all laughed coldly. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? You want to take our saint's attack with your bare hands? Just you wait, he'll be beaten to pieces. As expected, the moment the Qilin spear was grabbed, the flames on it surged to the heavens and turned into a Fire Qilin, wanting to kill Lin Xian completely. On Lin Xian's body, the 9 yang divine flame rushed out and turned into a huge flame dragon, tangling with the fire Qilin. It's useless. Your flames can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. At the same time, his other hand also held the Qilin spear. With an angry roar, he swung the spear and directly smashed the fire Qilin caves, saint downwards. Boom! This attack caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless mountain ranges were broken and countless land sank. A terrifying power rushed in all directions like a dragon's aura. What? So strong! This scene stunned everyone, especially the 10,000 ancient races. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and their souls were trembling. Could it be that even the saint of the ancient royal family was no match for him? Wang. In the sky, a divine light lit up and flew towards Lin Xian. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge had made his move. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked again. The divine Phoenix Ridge was also one of the ancient royal families. Their saint was also incomparably terrifying. It was a woman with a cold expression. At this moment, she raised her jade-like hand and directly turned it into a golden sword light, forming an eternal killing move. Wang. Lin Xian was still fearless. He threw out a punch and directly collided with the eternal light. In the next moment, he frowned, because he discovered that the light suddenly opened up and formed a terrifying power that enveloped him. Damn it! Self-destructing, an ancient treasure. Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was so decisive that she didn't hesitate to use the power of a saint and the power of an ancient treasure to attack him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In front of them, a terrifying light flickered, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying power rumbled, causing their ears to bleed. The light on Lin Xian's body was also torn apart. The 9 suns' divine fire danced in the sky. Could it be that that person was injured? The powerhouses on the human side exclaimed. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races also laughed sinisterly. This time he was dead for sure. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned and their pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? The other party wasn't injured. The human race cultivators also began to scream. What? It's him. It's actually him. Heavens, they were about to faint, because they had discovered something extremely inconceivable. At this moment, the young cultivators Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were dumbfounded. Not to mention them, even the Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were stunned. How could it be Lin Xian? That's right. Now that the golden light on Lin Xian's body had been torn apart, revealing his face, it was naturally seen by the human cultivators. It was also seen by the 10,000 ancient races. Damn it, Lin Xian of the Central Imperial race. How could that prodigy of the human race be him? How could he have such powerful strength? What? A prodigy of the human race? Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Damn it, isn't he from the younger generation? How could he be a saint? The archaic kings also screamed. They really couldn't understand what was going on. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Xian's expression was grave. He didn't expect the divine Phoenix Ridge's saint to be so powerful that he could break through his protective light. He had revealed his true appearance. But so what? So what if he recognized his identity? Today he would defeat these 10,000 ancient races with a tyrannical attitude. It couldn't be that they just looked alike, right? That's right. Maybe he's that kid's ancestor. Otherwise, how could that kid have the 9 yang divine body? If you say so, it's possible. Everyone discussed animatedly. They felt that this figure wasn't Lin Xian, but one of Lin Xian's ancestors. It seemed that this Lin Xian's identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was so powerful. They discussed animatedly, but soon they were stunned. Some even fainted from fright. That was because the golden figure in the sky spoke in a deep voice. That's right, I am Lin Xian. I am the Central Imperial Race's Lin Xian. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. It shocked everyone so much that their brains went blank. What? Lin Xian? He's really Lin Xian. Heavens, this is impossible. Dreaming, I must be dreaming. I don't believe it. What did he experience? How could he have the combat strength of a saint? Chapter 2864. Could it be that he was a sage himself? These people were all stunned. Central Emperor Lin Xian, who in the world did not know him? Who did not know him? He was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He had the potential to become a great emperor in the future and compete with the other races. However, no matter how dazzling he was still just a young genius. How heaven-defying could he be? Even though he could defeat the elders, he wasn't a match for those saint and sect masters at all. But right now, this young genius before him had far surpassed the saint and sect masters. Even the primordial sages were no match for him. He could stomp a primordial sage into the ground with one foot. Was he still human? Was he trying to defy the heavens? What was going on? They wanted to ask, but were stopped by the Yi family head and Queen Mother of the West. Don't ask too much. We'll talk about it after the dark turmoil is over. They now knew that Lin Xian was their hope. No matter how he got his strength, defeating the 10,000 ancient races was the most important thing. Yes, Hall Master Lin, do your best. The elders cheered. Those young disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Lin Xian, you're my great Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Great Lin Xian, I knew you were the best. Great God, I love you to death. Central Emperor Lin Xian truly lived up to his reputation. This was the aura of a young great emperor. He was definitely a future great emperor. The martialists of the human tribe cried out in alarm. The sacred masters and sacred masters were also shocked. Yi, Wu Dao, Wu Qin, Gu Santong, and the Grand Xia Prince of the younger generation were also stunned. Murong Qingqing and Xun Jingqiu were equally shocked. It was indeed Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Lin Xian, I knew it was you. The two of them had already guessed it. They weren't too sure, but now they were sure. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, especially the primordial sages. Their faces turned green. If the other party was a super expert, they would have accepted it. After all, the human clan had been operating for so many years, so there must be one or two extremely terrifying saints. However, the other party did not have a strong background, nor was he a super expert that had been passed down since ancient times. He was just a young genius. He was a young junior. How many years could he have cultivated for? More than 100 years? However, such a person actually trampled them underfoot and beat them into pieces. How could they tolerate this? Damn it! Damn it! Those immemorial kings roared like they had gone mad. The faces of the ancient sages turned cold. No, this kid couldn't be a real sage. He must have obtained power for some reason. No matter what, he had to kill him first. No one can provoke us, and no one can stop us. The human race must be destroyed. No matter how powerful a saint was, he would not be able to stop them. The expressions of the primordial sages were cold. So what if the other party was strong? As long as it wasn't the mother asterisk king human king who was resurrected, no one could stop them. Let's go. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons took a deep breath. Then 3 figures walked out and suppressed the entire area. Endless laws danced in the air. The humans screamed as the 3 sages attacked. They were sages from the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chilin Cave, respectively. The 3 royal families were going to join forces. Shameless! How dare you fight 1 against 3? And you even beat up our young geniuses? Have all of you primeval saints been living like dogs for nothing? That's right, what noble bloodline. High and mighty? You're worse than ants. Shameless to the extreme. The people below screamed crazily. This was too disadvantageous for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. although he had fused with a large success divine body now. After all, this body had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the other party was a saint of the three royal families. If they joined forces, they would definitely pose a huge threat to him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Senior, it seems like you're going to use your divine ability? I know. The soul of the Nine Sun Sword Saint transmitted a voice. Then use it. I will use the last bit of my life to contribute to the human race. Previously, Lin Xian did not use his divine ability in the battle with the ancient sages. Therefore, he did not consume too much of the Nine Sun Sword Saint soul. But now it was different. Facing three ancient sages, and they were sages from the royal families, he had to use some great divine abilities. Using great divine abilities would consume the soul of the Nine Sun Sword Saint as the price. Therefore, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to think about every step and every divine ability. He could not waste them. In the sky, the three sages floated over and surrounded Lin Xian. The powerful divine consciousness of the third party danced, forming a special world that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Wind, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons, was a middle-aged man. His expression was very cold, and the green scales on his body carried a heavy aura. With a cold shout, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth. The entire world turned into a green storm as if it was about to destroy the world. The law of wind. This saint comprehended the law of wind. Everyone exclaimed. Below, the Jade Lake's sacred ground was also on the verge of collapse, as if it would be overturned by the violent wind at any moment. Fortunately, the many sages worked together to suppress the Jade Lake. However, other places were not so lucky. Hundreds of thousands of feet tall mountains were instantly razed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, forming black holes one after another. Lin Xian was even more fiercely attacked. Each of those wind blades carried runes and laws. They could easily kill the sacred leaders and sect masters. They could even pose a great threat to the lives of sages. At this moment, they were charging towards him from all directions. Through their previous observation, these ancient sages discovered that the other party had not used the divine chains of laws. This made them suspect that the other party did not know any laws. However, the other party's close combat was very terrifying. Therefore, they would not engage in close combat with the other party. The three sages attacked with laws from afar. The laws of the three of them were extremely terrifying. In addition to the law of wind of the nest of 10,000 dragons, there was also the law of fire of the Fire Chilin Cave, the law of clouds of the divine Phoenix Ridge. All of them charged towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. The powerhouses on the human side cried out in alarm. That's right, he was powerful in close combat, but his laws were not. This was something that those ancient sages had also discovered. Would Lin Xian be able to contend against them? Everyone started to worry. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. That kid is dead for sure. Just you wait, he's finished. Under the three great laws, he will definitely die. Boom! Boom! The three great laws enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. In the next moment, he took a deep breath. The light and flames on his body jumped, forming a long sword. He held it in his hand. A cold aura erupted from the sword. Chapter 2865. A terrifying aura erupted and soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. The terrifying light was like a wave, causing the entire sky to boil. What was that? Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the scene. Even the sages' eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too astonishing. In the sky, the world formed by the three great laws was torn apart in an instant. An earth-shattering light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Tao patterns flickered all over the sky. Divine chains danced in the air, and a terrifying sword cry echoed between heaven and earth. This was the power of laws. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders trembled in shock. In the distance, the primordial kings were terrified. Laws. The other party actually used the laws. Damn it, how was this possible? The other party wasn't a melee expert, so he didn't know how to use the laws? They were truly stunned. Didn't know how to use the laws? You guys are really naive. Previously, you guys were too trash, so I disdained to use the laws. Today, I'll let you see what a true law is. Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, the golden sword fell crazily, bringing with it endless laws. Damn it, block it for me. The three primordial sages roared. The wind law, fire law, and cloud law quickly charged forward. Boom! Boom! The four great laws collided in the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Endless Tao patterns flickered, each of them capable of killing a sacred leader. So what if he had the laws? He wasn't a match for the three sages at all. Those primordial creatures comforted themselves. But in the next moment, they fainted from fright. Because in the sky, the three great laws were broken once again. A cold sword light illuminated the entire world. The three sages all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons had one of his arms cut off. The sage of the fire Qilin cave was cut in half at the waist. The sage of the divine Phoenix Ridge was split in half. They were injured. Damn it, the three sages were all injured. This was impossible. I don't believe it. Those primordial kings screamed crazily. The pupils of the other primordial kings also constricted. How is this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? One sword strike injured the three sages. What kind of law was this? What kind of method was that? The human experts were equally shocked. The sacred leader of the Yi family and the patriarch of the Gu family gasped. It was too terrifying. They were extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the legendary Nine-Yang sword art? It was really possible. The other experts also cried out in surprise. Was the long-lost Nine-Yang sword technique about to reappear in the world? It was truly shocking. The Nine-Yang divine body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, so the Nine-Yang sword technique was naturally lost as well. Some time ago, Lin Xian displayed the Nine-Yang divine body, which shocked the world. Many experts were envious and wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this physique. However, what surprised them was that although Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, he had never used the Nine-Yang sword technique before. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian might not have obtained the cultivation method of the Nine-Yang sword technique. This made everyone feel regretful. The reason for that was because the Nine-Yang sword technique was one of the most frightening sword techniques in the world. It was extremely masculine and filled with boundless power. As soon as the sword technique was unleashed, the sword burned the 9 heavens and split the heaven and earth. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Now, the crowd was finally able to witness the long-lost sword art in Lin Xian's hands. The Nine-Yang sword technique was the human race's Nine-Yang sword technique. On the other side, a saint of the 10,000 ancient races also spoke in a deep voice. This was the saint of the Blue Ghoul race. His expression was abnormally gloomy. At this moment, there were countless green laws around him, forming ghost heads that blocked the sword energy that filled the sky. However, those ghost heads were suppressed until they were dim. Damn it, the power of masculine and masculine is my natural counter. The saint of the Blue Ghoul race gritted his teeth. That's right, he was from the Blue Ghoul race and cultivated an evil power. As for the Nine-Yang sword technique, it was the power of masculine and masculine. Previously, when the other party used the Nine-Yang divine body, he had noticed this. He didn't expect it at that time. However, when he saw the sword light, he immediately screamed. The Nine-Yang sword technique was already very famous before the 10,000 ancient races fell into hibernation. Human experts who cultivated the nine-yang sword technique could also compete with them. Who would have thought that they would encounter this sword technique again after awakening? Damn it, he's the successor of the nine-yang. Kill him, we must kill him. The saint of the blue ghoul race roared crazily. The other saints also had serious expressions. During the 10,000 ancient races, the 10,000 ancient races were strong while the human race was weak. However, the human race wasn't destroyed. The reason was that the human race produced a few peerless experts. Although there weren't many of them, their strength wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 ancient races. They could even suppress the 10,000 ancient races. At the time, it caused a huge shock. However, what made the 10,000 ancient races let out a sigh of relief was that there were too few such human experts. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. If there were a little more of such experts, the human race wouldn't be an ant-like existence anymore. They would definitely be one of the strongest races. Back then, those human great emperors hadn't appeared yet. However, there were a few people who were still fresh in the 10,000 ancient races' memories. One of them was the Saint Body. Back then, he already had a greater success Saint Body. Although he didn't become a great emperor, the might of the Saint Body was still fresh in their memories. The second was the successor of the Nine Sons. The Nine Sons' divine body and the Nine Sons' sword art. Back then, he had also dominated the world and killed many 10,000 ancient races experts. These 10,000 ancient races creatures wouldn't forget this point. The third was the successor of the Nine Een. The Nine Een and Nine Sons were two very ancient cultivation methods of the human race. However, the successor of the Nine Een had long been lost. The two ancient inheritances of the human race were slow, and everyone thought that they had disappeared. They didn't expect that they would appear now. Therefore, these 10,000 ancient races experts were very ferocious. They didn't allow the successor of the Nine Sons to appear, because the shadow that the successor of the Nine Sons had caused back then was too great for them. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. The successor of the Nine Sons had injured 3 saints with one strike. This sword art was too terrifying. Huff! The Nine Sons' sword saint's soul slowly exhaled. He was much weaker than before. Lin Xian hurriedly took out some treasures. Senior, quickly consume it. The Nine Sons' sword saint's soul was enveloped by countless treasures. Kid, this is the Nine Sons' sword art. I can only use one move now. You have to watch carefully. If you miss any move, the Nine Sons' sword art will really be lost. The Nine Sons' sword art? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had wanted to obtain this sword art before, but he hadn't been able to find it. He didn't expect that he would be able to use the Nine Sons' sword art personally now. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely remember it. I will definitely not let the Nine Sons' sword art be lost. Very good. The Nine Sons' sword saint's soul was gratified. You have already sensed the power of the greater success Nine Sons' divine body. I will also teach you the next cultivation method of the divine body. You will be the next successor of the Nine Sons. Chapter 2866. Who would have thought that it was actually the lost successor of the Nine Sons? The 12 ancient saints' faces were gloomy. So what if it's the successor of the Nine Sons? Back then, you weren't an invincible existence. Now, you're still not a match for the 10,000 ancient races. You're still far from it. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. The aura on his body was completely released, and his dragon head was incomparably ferocious. Dragon blood surged, causing everyone to tremble. The dragon race was indeed worthy of being a top existence. The power of their bloodline had already reached a level that made people despair. In the next moment, in the endless storm, azure dragons danced in the wind, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, 9 fire cheilants also appeared. The 9 heads were incomparably huge, and the flames on their bodies were even more terrifying. This was an ultimate move that could already kill a saint. Feng Qin, the female saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge, took out a guqin and played it nonstop. The sound of the guqin tore through the sky and earth, causing everyone to vomit blood. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic sound howled, also enveloping Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and brandished the 9 suns sword technique, quickly charging over. In the sky, the azure dragons were chopped into pieces one after another. The terrifying fire cheilant's head was also cut open. The terrifying sound of the phoenix cry and the demonic sound was also destroyed by his sword. Roar! Not only that, in addition to the 9 suns sword technique, there was also an earth-shattering dragon's roar that resounded through the world. Boom! The dragon blood in the sky surged and even dimmed. Damn it! The expression of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons changed. The great dragon sword soul. This kid also had the great dragon sword soul. Indeed, everyone knew this before. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul with unparalleled attack power. It had once attracted the pursuit of countless experts and finally disappeared. When he reappeared, he brought this terrifying 9 suns divine body back to the world. No one knew what he had experienced in between. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. In the previous battle, the 9 yang divine body and 9 yang sword technique were too terrifying. It made them forget that Lin Xian originally possessed the great dragon sword spirit. Only now did the dragon cry resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Did everyone remember? Even the soul of the 9 suns sword saint was trembling with excitement, let alone the humans and the primordial saints. Great dragon sword soul, I didn't expect you to be the successor of the great dragon sword. Kid, if you can resist the dark turmoil, your future achievements will definitely be much higher than mine. The soul of the 9 sun sword saint smiled in relief. Perhaps you can really reach the peak of martial arts. As he spoke, his soul began to spread out. The 9 yang sword technique in his hand became even more terrifying. Let's see what kind of power the great dragon sword soul can display. The 9 sun sword saint's soul was very happy. This was because he had naturally heard of the power and legends of the great dragon sword soul. It was just that he had never had the chance to see it before. Now he did not expect that the young man in front of him would have the great dragon sword soul. Then, when combined with his 9 yang sword technique, how powerful would it be? No one knew. However, it would definitely surpass the 9 yang sword technique alone. Before he died, he would be able to experience the great dragon sword soul, which had the highest attack power. The 9 sun sword saint was very excited. Buzz! An extremely cold sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body, and a fire dragon flew out. This was formed by the fusion of the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang sword technique. After this fire dragon, 17 more fire dragons appeared. In the sky, 18 fire dragons spewed out and directly blasted the 3 primordial saints away again. Not only that, the bodies of the 3 primordial saints split open and were ignited. They screamed in the sky. The sky was filled with divine chains that pierced through the 9 heavens. However, they were unable to extinguish the flames. The terrifying laws were useless, but they were unable to heal their bodies. Today, I will kill the primordial saints. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and strode forward. Every step he took cracked the void. No, damn it. The primordial saints retreated crazily. Their bodies were still torn apart, and they were wrapped in clouds of blood mist as they fled into the sky. They had no choice. The 9 yang sword technique was too cold. The sun-like flames on it burned them until they were in an extremely miserable state. They could not be erased in a short period of time. What made them even more frightened was that the other party's sword chi was too sharp, and there was an indestructible will left on it. They knew that this was the power of the great dragon's sword soul. They had to quickly use the power of laws and Tao runes to erase this indestructible will. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was close to them. The three primordial saints were scared out of their wits. The primordial creatures in the distance roared, "Damn brats, stop! Patriarch, run!" They screamed crazily. These primordial saints had never thought that one day their primordial saints would be hunted down. Seal! A thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the world. Following that, Lin Xian's body was fixed in midair. Countless black Tao runes surrounded him, imprisoning the entire void. Immobilization technique. It was the six-eared divine monkey clan. The Yi family's saint exclaimed. That's right. Among the 12 saints, one of them was a divine monkey. It held an iron rod in its hand and was extremely strong. Moreover, it knew the even more strange immobilization technique. At this moment, it was the thunderous sound from its mouth that directly immobilized Lin Xian. Kill! The other sages also made their moves. A black iron rod appeared in the air, flickering with terrifying laws as it blasted toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled, and a sickle slashed down like a blood moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew, and ghost heads filled the world. Each of them could devour a saint. This was the great divine power of the Blue Ghost Clan Saint. In an instant, the primordial saints all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Lin Xian. They had gone too far. On the side of the human race, they roared crazily. The Gu family's saint snorted coldly. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to attack? The power of the void on his body trembled and endless laws danced. Instantly, in addition to the black Tao runes around Lin Xian, another black hole appeared and completely swallowed him. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. As soon as he disappeared, the place where he was shattered by the saints' attacks. Void technique. Damn it! These primordial saints roared crazily and turned to stare at the saints of the Gu family below. The Gu family had produced a void emperor before, so they naturally knew the void palace technique. This kind of spatial technique was unpredictable and was indeed a headache. They didn't expect the Gu family to save them at the most critical moment. That kid, damn it, keep an eye on him. I can't let them attack anymore. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram emitted a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. It instantly stared at the jade pool. The people in the jade pool felt their bodies turn cold, as if they would be killed at any moment. Damn it! Was this the power of an extreme weapon? Even the sage's body began to tremble. Although they possessed saint artifacts and possessed heaven-defying strength, they were still trembling from the bottom of their souls when facing an extreme Tao weapon. Chapter 2867. After suppressing the jade lake below, the primordial saint's gazes pierced through the void, trying to find Lin Xian. Soon, they controlled the azure dragon and struck out with a law. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian appeared in front of everyone again from the endless void. Kid, let's see how you escape this time. You're dead meat. Kneel down and repent obediently. The primordial saint sneered. The six-eared divine monkey was still worried. It shouted 3 times in a row and used its divine ability. The sky was filled with black law trash, completely sealing Lin Xian. This time, you won't be able to escape. The primordial saints attacked again. Not good. The human cultivators of the jade lake, sacred ground below, were filled with despair. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to die? After all, it was too difficult for one person to fight against so many primordial saints. Moreover, the other party was frozen by the divine ability and could not dodge at all. Could the other party's 9-yang divine body withstand the laws of so many saints? They did not know. They were extremely nervous. In the sky, the nomological laws that filled the sky turned into streaks of spiritual consciousness that shot towards Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to freeze me with a mere immobilization technique? With a furious roar, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Boom! Boom! The sword lights were extremely terrifying. They flickered with astonishing power and instantly shattered all the surrounding black runes. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily and used the nine-yang sword technique again. Accompanying it was the power of the great dragon sword soul. Under this attack, the surrounding runes were reduced to ashes. The primordial army vomited blood and retreated, their faces filled with fear. Leave this place quickly. They also took out their sacred artifacts, and the 10,000 dragons' diagram shone down and enveloped them. Only then did they save their lives. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the long sword in his hand and swept it in all directions. His body was unparalleled, and he was not afraid of the aftershocks at all. However, the saints felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, he actually broke the immobilization technique. The six-eared divine monkey's expression was ugly. How could the other party be so strong? Immobilize! Immobilize! Fix! He shouted coldly again. Black laws covered the sky, but they were mercilessly wiped out by Lin Xian's sword light. Was the fixed body spell very satisfying? Should I beat you up first? Lin Xian stared at the six-eared divine monkey. The sword slashed out like a huge dragon slashing down from the sky. Clang! The six-eared divine monkey raised the black iron rod in its hand to counter the attack. Although the black iron rod looked unremarkable, it was a true saint weapon. It was engraved with densely packed Tao runes. At this moment, it was like a black mountain that was rampaging through the sky. Pung pung pung! There was an earth-shattering collision. In the next moment, the six-eared divine monkey's palm was smashed open by the force, and the black iron staff was sent flying. One of his arms was also shattered by the sword light. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even if the six-eared divine monkey were to use a saint weapon to fight against him, it would still be no match for him. You want to leave? Seeing that the other party was retreating, Lin Xian added another strike. With a slash, the six-eared divine monkey was split in half. Blood rained down from the sky as the six-eared divine monkey fled like a madman. The two halves of its body quickly merged in the distance. Kill! Lin Xian roared again. His terrifying voice resounded through the 9 heavens. He held the divine sword in his hand and charged forward like a peerless god of war. Today I will kill a saint. He stared at the Silver Electric Tribe saint. Lin Xian had a grudge against the Silver Electric Tribe, so he wanted to make an example out of them. This time, he would not simply defeat the other party. He wanted to kill them completely. Only the death of a saint could hurt the 10,000 Archean tribes and intimidate them. Damn it! Get lost! The Silver Electric Tribe's saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. His opponent was coming for him. This made him both shocked and angry. On one hand, he was terrified of the other party's strength. On the other hand, he was extremely angry. What was the other party trying to do? Was he looking down on him? He quickly retreated, and a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. They were completely formed by the laws. What he cultivated was the law of lightning. Lightning was not only violent in its attacks, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, at this moment, after the law of lightning formed the wings, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint's speed reached the limit. No one below the saint level could see him clearly. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders could not see him clearly. They could only see blurry balls of light shining in the sky. So fast! Among them, the human saints were extremely shocked. In terms of speed, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint did indeed have a unique advantage. Let's see how you're going to hurt me, kid. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint moved quickly and appeared in various directions in the sky. At the same time, he did not idle around. A silver lightning hammer appeared in his hand, and he kept swinging it. With every strike, destructive lightning would fall and shatter the void. Terrifying Dao runes interweaved in the sky and attacked Lin Xian, using the laws to attack from afar. This silver electric tribe's saint was really experienced. The saints of the human race side. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to waste time with the other party because the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul could not hold on for long. He had to end the battle quickly. The next moment he snorted coldly. "You think I can't do anything to you just because I'm fast? How naive! 9 suns open the sky." This was one of the ultimate techniques of the 9-sun sword technique. A fiery red light soared into the sky. A huge flaming sword shadow soared into the sky. It covered the entire sky. At this moment, every inch of space was filled with the 9-sun sword chi. There was nowhere to hide. Sure enough, the Silver Electric Tribe's saint was also forced back. No matter how fast he was, he could not dodge. Unless he knew the Gu family's great void technique and hid in the universe. Unfortunately, he did not know how to do that. Therefore, this time he revealed his true form. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword chi and instantly shattered the other party's lightning wings. With a crack, the laws in the sky shattered. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. "Damn it! Attack together and kill him!" The saint roared crazily. He was no match for his opponent at all. Sure enough, when they heard that, the other saints also attacked. The primordial kings also joined forces in the distance. Together with their ancient treasures, they formed a peerless killing formation and attacked from afar. Lin Xian continued to wave his sword. Divine flames surged in the sky, shattering the peerless formation that had just formed. Many primordial kings were also killed. This scene caused the primeval saints in the sky to feel their hearts bleed. Buzz! Golden light appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He quickly dodged the laws that the saints had cast. He quickly chased after the Silver Electric Tribe saint. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint condensed his lightning wings again, trying to escape. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Freeze!" When this voice came out, it gave everyone a fright. They all thought that the six-eared divine monkey had used the immobilization technique again. Chapter 2868. The six-eared divine monkey was also stunned. He shook his head and said, "It's not me. If it's not you, then who is it?" Everyone was stunned. "It's that kid." "What did you say?" "It's that kid." Lin Xian. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. Lin Xian was sure. What was he doing? The Silver Lightning Race's saint was also shocked. He sneered. "Kid, do you think you can scare me like this?" Seriously, before he could finish a sentence, he was stunned. His expression was one of horror. "Damn it, how is this possible? I can't move." He screamed crazily. Was he really frozen? The people of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The human cultivators were also stunned. How is this possible? Wasn't that the six-eared divine monkey's divine ability? Damn it, the dragon sword soul simulated everything. It was the power of the dragon sword soul. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. "Kill him, quickly! We have to kill him, quickly!" Everyone rushed toward Lin Xian crazily. A pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. Golden runes shone on them. As his wings flapped, his speed instantly increased. Oh no, he's imitating the wings of a lightning Dao divine ability. The Silver Lightning Race's saint's pupils constricted, and his expression was extremely ugly. These golden wings were exactly the same as his lightning wings. The other party was using the dragon sword soul to simulate his divine ability. Moreover, he wanted to use this divine ability to kill him. Damn it! He roared crazily and wanted to struggle. However, in the next moment, his body was cut in half. The Dao patterns on the golden wings were surrounded by divine chains. They were incomparably sharp. In an instant, the Silver Lightning Race's saint was cut in half. The Silver Lightning Race's saint screamed and wanted to heal. The five-colored divine lightning around him exploded, forming a terrifying energy that blasted away the immobilization technique. He quickly fled into the distance. However, not long after he flew, he was slapped down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and earth. It was like a golden mountain that carried the laws and directly slapped the other party's body into a bloody mist. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been killed long ago. However, saints were so powerful that they could be reborn with just a drop of their blood. Therefore, even though his body was shattered, the Silver Lightning saint still managed to escape. Thor's shield. He formed 9 shields in front of Xintian, and then his body reassembled. Pung! Lin Xian brandished his long sword. The 9-yang sword technique flew out and shattered the 9 thunder god shields on the spot. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions, forming one black hole after another. Wang! He pointed his finger, and his sword Qi exploded the head of the saint of the Silver Lightning Race. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. The saint of the Silver Lightning Race roared like a madman. His body had already been shattered dozens of times by the other party. He had never been humiliated like this before. He decided to burn his own bloodline power to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the power of the great dragon sword spirit had exploded forth, causing his body to be unable to heal. Not only that, even his soul had been injured. 9 suns, soul extinguishing. It was another ultimate move of the 9-yang sword technique. The 9-yang divine fire that filled the sky surged and engulfed the Silver Lightning Saint's soul. Ah! The saint of the Silver Lightning Race screamed like a madman. His soul was burning. Damn it, put it out! An endless sea of lightning appeared on his body, trying to extinguish the divine fire. However, he could not do it. The divine fire carried a monstrous power and a terrifying aura of destruction. The other sages also stepped forward one after another, wanting to lend a helping hand. Wang! Lin Xian's long sword swept in all directions and cut 2 saints in half. The other saints were also forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Senior, let me borrow your laws. Lin Xian said in a low voice. In the next moment, endless laws enveloped him. After the great dragon sword spirit gained the power of the laws, it roared as if it had come to life. The saint of the Silver Lightning Race's soul was severely injured and split in half. Lin Xian slashed down a few more times and completely destroyed the saint of the Silver Lightning Race's soul. Now that he had obtained the power of a saint, the power of the great dragon sword soul that was activated in the state of a saint was truly terrifying. The saint of the Silver Lightning Race could not resist at all and was killed. Ruzalong, think of a way to collect the saint's blood. Lin Xian said. In the array formation below, Ruzalong quickly gathered the Queen Mother of the West and the Yi family's patriarch to collect all the blood of the Silver Lightning Race's saint in the sky. Damn it! Patriarch, that's impossible. The ancient army had gone crazy. Has a saint fallen? Between heaven and earth, endless blood flowed wildly. The sky cracked, forming a huge crack, and a rain of blood fell. Heaven and earth mourned. The fall of a saint was an extremely terrifying matter. After all, a saint had transcended heaven and earth and comprehended the laws. It was very difficult to become a saint. Among the countless invincible kings, there might not be one. However, once a saint became a saint, it was very difficult for him to fall. It was known as the rebirth from a drop of blood. Therefore, although the soul of the Silver Lightning Race's saint was destroyed, the sea of blood in the sky roared crazily. Kid, do you really think you can kill me? What? He's not dead? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Some of the saint's blood that he had just collected. The artifacts that contained the saint's blood exploded. He was almost affected, and he quickly retreated to the jade pool in fear. The other sacred lords could only give up. He's not dead. He's not dead. His soul has been destroyed, but he's still not dead? Is this a saint? Could it be that they're immortal? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The 9 Sun Sword Saint soul sighed. A saint being reborn from a drop of blood was not a legend. Their blood contained everything. It even carried the inheritance and soul imprint. Therefore, even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be killed. As expected, the blood of the saints in the distance reformed into a saint. It was the Silver Lightning Race's saint. His face was abnormally pale. The killing intent on his body soared into the sky. Great, the patriarch is not dead. The ancient army heaved a sigh of relief. The other ancient saints also sneered. Kid, I don't know how you obtained your power, but you really don't understand saints. Do you really think you can kill a saint? You can't do it. You can't do it? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Isn't it just rebirth from a drop of blood? Watch me destroy all of your blood. He shouted coldly, and the 9 Sun divine body shone brightly. The 9 Sun sword covered the sky and earth, forming a world of laws that enveloped the Silver Lightning Race's saint again. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 Sun divine fire combined with the dragon's sword soul turned into a fire dragon that burned the other party. Ah, this time not only was the other party's soul ignited, but his body was also burning fiercely. The blood evaporated, and then it was destroyed by the sword chi. In the end, everything was devoured by the fire dragon, and not a single drop of blood was left. Chapter 2869. Dead. This time, the Silver Lightning Race's sage was really dead. He could not be resurrected. This scene stunned the 10,000 Archean races. The sage's pupils also constricted. What? Did he really kill the Silver Lightning Race's sage? A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Patriarch, the primordial life forms of the Silver Lightning Race, roared madly. Their eyes were bleeding, and they fell to the ground. They were about to faint from anger. The primordial kings were also so angry that they vomited blood. Dead. One of their sages was killed just like that. They could not accept this at all. That was a sage. What a terrifying existence. It was absolutely unimaginable to lose one. The other 10,000 Archean races were also terrified. If even a sage could be killed, didn't that mean that the other 11 sages were also in danger? The humans were also shocked. A sage was such a terrifying existence. A drop of blood could kill all of them. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill a sage who could be reborn from a drop of blood. But now, they saw a powerful sage die with their own eyes. Moreover, he was killed so easily. This was too shocking. This made them extremely excited. This was because this was done by a young prodigy of the human race. This would probably be recorded in history. That's right, this was an unprecedented feat that would never be repeated in the future. The human sages were also amazed. Perhaps even the primeval emperors were only like this when they were young. Perhaps they might not be able to do it. After all, Lin Xian's current state was too strange. After Lin Xian killed the Silver Lightning Race's sage, he snorted coldly and looked into the distance again. Soon, he stared at the Blood Moon Race's sage. Damn it! The Blood Moon Race's sage's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. Go, let's kill him together. He called out to his companions and prepared to join forces. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a long roar that resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom! The sky split open, and the murderous aura that filled the sky turned into the 9 Suns sword and directly pierced through the Blood Moon Race's sage. Slash! The Blood Moon Race's sage's body was cut in half. Damn it, hurry up and attack! The saint of the Blood Moon clan frantically retreated and reformed his body. His eyes were filled with endless fear. His opponent was too powerful. Just one move was enough to cut him in half. How were they supposed to fight? He had to join forces with others. Do it quickly. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chillin Cave also roared angrily and prepared to join forces to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian's current speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, his large Success 9 Yang divine body had already surpassed these ordinary saints. Even the saints of the far ancient imperial family were unable to stop him. Do you think you can still escape? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 9 Yang sword qi, gathering the power of the great dragon sword spirit, as if it had turned into a peerless eternity. His body was emitting boundless light like the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Puchi, one ultimate move. 9 suns opened the heavens. It brought with it a monstrous light and terrifying divine fire as it slashed down from the sky. The saints of the Blood Moon clan took out their saint weapons and used their most powerful divine powers. The entire sky was covered by the blood-colored moon, but it was still unable to resist. Under this attack, he was once again cut into 4 pieces. Destroy! Remember, you are the second saint of the primordial era to be killed by me. Lin Xian's voice was cold as the light of the 9 suns covered the sky. Soon, another terrifying divine fire fused with the great dragon sword spirit, forming an 8 desolation fire dragon that also killed the saint of the Blood Moon clan. He no longer existed. The humans were stunned, while the 10,000 ancient races screamed crazily. The people of the Blood Moon clan were also incomparably miserable. Their saint had also fallen. The remaining 10 saints felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was simply too strong. Killing a saint was like cutting cabbage. Damn it, they were too careless. Previously, they thought that the other party's physical body was asking for a beating and that he didn't know the laws. They could join forces to kill him. However, the power of the laws that the other party was using now was simply too terrifying, far surpassing theirs. This was probably a large Success 9 Yang divine body. They had such a guess in their hearts. The terrifying power of a large Success 9 Yang divine body was definitely not something they could imagine. Therefore, the 10 saints did not plan to delay any longer. They quickly used the 10,000 dragons diagram to kill him in one strike. Boom! Boom! The 10 saints quickly rose into the sky. Their palms formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They communicated with the 10,000 dragons diagram. Among them, the 3 saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were the leaders, and the other primordial era saints were the assistants. They jointly controlled the 10,000 dragons Earth. Buzz! The terrifying 10,000 dragons diagram rotated in the sky, releasing a biting cold light. Strands of Extreme Emperor's aura spread out. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a saint. The entire world was trembling. Not a single space was intact. It was filled with black holes and cracks. There were even places that had turned into chaotic nothingness. The primordial era army trembled as they knelt on the ground. Fortunately, they had their own extreme weapons this time, so they were enveloped by a ball of extreme light. That was why they were able to survive. However, the Jade Lake was in danger, although there was a peerless array formation and a terrifying saint weapon protecting it. But at this moment, the array formation cracked and the saint weapon dimmed. It could not withstand it at all. Could it be that we're really going to die here? Those cultivators were terrified. The 7 saints had solemn expressions, but the Queen Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Did the other party use an extreme weapon? It was really a blessing in disguise. Although the multi-purpose diagram did not specifically target the Jade Lake sacred ground, the Jade Lake still collapsed. The entire sacred ground was torn apart and could be destroyed at any moment. However, at this moment, a primordial aura surged out. A beam of light shot into the sky and froze the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake, which had been torn apart, healed instantly. What's going on? What happened? The primordial era creatures, kneeling on the ground, were stunned. Why was the Jade Lake fine? The 10 primordial era saints' expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's an extreme weapon. Did the 10,000 dragons diagram activate the West Emperor Tower? Damn it, don't target the Jade Lake. They cried out in alarm and controlled the 10,000 dragons diagram to isolate the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake was an extreme Tao sacred ground with an extreme weapon suppressing it. They could not destroy it at all. Forcefully attacking would only activate the other party's extreme weapon and awaken it. If the West Emperor Tower really awakened, then the 10,000 ancient races would lose their advantage. Therefore, they did not allow the West Emperor Tower to awaken. Big Brother Xian, come quickly. Inside the Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing called out. Xin Jingqiu also shouted, Big Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. That's right. Lin Xian would be safe once he entered the Jade Lake. Before Lin Xian could move, the 10,000 dragons diagram in the sky shone down with 10,000 rays of light, cutting off the void and blocking everything. Kid, you can't escape. Be destroyed obediently. He sneered. The other party had killed 2 of their primordial era saints. How could he let the other party leave? Chapter 2870. In the sky, the 10,000 dragon picture became more and more terrifying. It was controlled by the 10 saints to avoid the Jade Lake. A terrifying light illuminated the 9 heavens. The 10,000 dragon picture seemed to have come to life as countless giant dragons circled in the sky. At this moment, not only the Jade Lake, but also the entire true spirit world, all living beings were prostrating on the ground. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, it's too scary. Is it a saint? No, it's not a saint. A saint doesn't have this power. It's a Dharch. Has the Dharch revived? It's an extreme weapon. Heavens. Is someone using an extreme weapon? Countless clans and sects were terrified. The human race had lived on this land for tens of thousands of years. Other than some forbidden lands, the rest of the land was filled with humans. Those who went to the Jade Lake were the top sections. The other families and sects didn't go. Of course, they were all watching closely. Now, they felt a terrifying pressure coming from the distant east. They were all terrified. Could it be that the battle was so terrifying that they had to use extreme weapons? This aura? So many dragons. This should be an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. Those people trembled as they looked into the distance. Where are our extreme weapons? Could it be that they weren't used? Heavens, what should we do? Without an extreme weapon, there was no way to fight against them. Even a saint couldn't, unless a Dharch revived. Buzz. The 10,000 dragon pictures' power shook the heavens and earth. Other than all the living beings in the true spirit world trembling, the other Dharch weapons were also alarmed. Countless people were guarding the Yi family. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as a shocking light shot into the sky. The celestial emperor cauldron shone brightly. An ancient mirror in the Gu family rotated in the universe, emitting a terrifying Dharch aura. It was the Gu family's void mirror. The extreme weapons of the Yi and Gu families released a terrifying aura, but soon it became silent. The 10,000 dragon picture deliberately avoided them. Similarly, the extreme weapons of the Tao East sacred ground, Wavering Light sacred ground, Great Xia dynasty, Ninli dynasty, and Thousand Buddha temple also quickly dimmed. Northern Plains Demon King Palace. They were also extreme Tao sacred grounds and had the Demon King Pagoda. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's tower sensed the 10,000 dragon pictures' emperor's might and also released a terrifying aura. However, it quickly dimmed. However, no one knew that in the Demon King's palace, a beautiful woman dressed in white had opened her eyes. Her gaze was as bright as the stars. Her body also emitted a wisp of monarch aura. However, It appeared together with the demon Emperor Pagoda's emperor's might, so no one sensed it. Did he use an extreme weapon? This beautiful woman was Yen Ryu. Her body was actually emitting the emperor's might of an extreme grade weapon. It was truly shocking. Could it be that the human race was really going to lose? Yen Ryu frowned. Nanling Yen family. The experts of the Yen family did not enter the Jade Lake because they had already secretly colluded with the ancient royal family. In this dark turmoil, they had chosen to stand on the side of the 10,000 ancient races. Of course, they did not join the 10,000 ancient races in attacking the human race. Instead, they secretly passed on some information and provided some resources and spirit veins. At this moment, the head of the Yen family and Yen Nantian sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the 10,000 dragons picture, and their eyes flickered. Was he finally going to use an extreme weapon? It seemed that this battle was about to end. With so many sacred leaders, sect masters, and experts gathered at the Jade Lake, they would probably all die. No one would be able to withstand the might of an extreme weapon. This time, the human race was really going to be destroyed. Don't worry, the human race will not be wiped out. Our Yen family will still exist. In the future, we will be the kings of the human race. The head of the Yen family revealed a fanatical expression. Yen Nanshan's eyes also flickered. In the sky, the extreme 10,000 dragons picture emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire world. Below, the cultivators in the Jade Lake trembled and bowed down. Fortunately, due to the West Emperor Pagoda, their lives were not in danger. However, Lin Xian outside was not necessarily safe. Lin Xian was floating in the sky and could not return to the Jade Lake at all, so he could only face the extreme weapon alone. No, Lin Xian was really in danger. In terms of strength, he was not a match for the extreme weapon. He could not face the extreme weapon. The sect masters and the sages of the human race were extremely anxious. The 7 sages all wanted to go out. However, they were intimidated by the extreme weapon and could not move at all. Senior, can you withstand it? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably solemn because the power of the extreme weapon far surpassed the combined power of the 12 sages. Don't worry, if it's an extreme weapon in its peak state, I won't be able to withstand it. But now, it's not powered by a great emperor. It's powered by a few sages. Moreover, the West Emperor Pagoda is nearby, so it's impossible for them to fully activate it. They must have some scruples. Therefore, it's not difficult to withstand the extreme weapon. However, I'll need to consume too much of my soul. Perhaps after resisting the extreme weapon, I won't be able to use those divine powers anymore. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. The situation was actually so serious. However, he still had to resist the extreme weapon now. He said, Senior, give it your all. I hope you can help save the human race. Of course. You must lock the last trace of your soul. Even if you don't use your divine powers, just your divine body and physical strength are enough. Don't worry, I know this. I will definitely hold on until the end. I can sense a few powerful auras rushing over. The 9-Sun Sword Saint soul said, Don't worry, the human race won't be destroyed. The human race's foundation is not something the 10,000 ancient races can imagine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the 9-Sun Sword Saint had sensed something. However, he did not sense it, and the 9-Sun Sword Saint did not say in detail. Could it be that other human sages were rushing over? However, what was the use of more sages rushing over? He did not know, and now he could not think about these things. He had to quickly deal with the extreme weapon in the sky. Senior, start. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light erupted from his body. Rune precepts floated out from his body. You still want to resist? Die for me. In the distance, more than 10 sages roared and formed hand seals. Above, the 10,000 dragons picture trembled, and a giant dragon flew out from it. It carried an extreme emperor's aura and charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to be killed in one move? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In the next moment, he would use the 9-sun sword technique. Between heaven and earth, terrifying rays of light turned into numerous sword lights that slashed towards the giant dragon. Pooh! After the sword fell, the giant dragon was cut into 2 halves and disappeared into thin air. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. How was this possible? The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. Chapter 2871. The pupils of the 10 saints constricted. The humans were also stunned. Lin Xian had actually blocked the attack of an extreme weapon. It was too unbelievable. Divine body at greater success stage. He definitely had a divine body at greater success stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block it. The sacred leaders and sect masters exclaimed. The human saints had solemn expressions. It was just an aura just now. Although they had blocked it, they were not happy, because the true power of the 10,000 dragons portrait was definitely not limited to this. The 10 saints' expressions were gloomy. He blocked it. This guy was too powerful. If they used it again, they had to shatter his body. They definitely could not let such a body survive in the human world. The other party's body was too terrifying, like an indestructible god of war. It made them suspect that the other party had a greater success stage 9-yang divine body. Such a divine body would be a huge threat to the 10,000 ancient races if they kept it alive. Therefore, they wanted to use the power of the 10,000 dragons portrait to completely destroy the other party's body. So what if he had a greater success stage divine body? In front of an extreme weapon, everything would be reduced to ashes. Let's do it and kill him. The saint of the 10,000 dragons, Nest said in a deep voice. At the same time, he told them to control their power and not activate other extreme weapons. Understood. Behind him, the other primordial saints nodded. In the next moment, they formed hand seals, and the laws on their bodies flew into the 10,000 dragons' portrait. The 10,000 dragons' portrait was completely revived. Endless dragon roars rang out, and the entire world trembled. The sky was filled with resplendent light, as if millions of stars were dancing in the sky. Roar, roar, roar. 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the entire world. At this moment, all the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Xian also roared angrily. An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body, connecting to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body was incomparably resplendent, and mysterious laws surrounded him to resist the Emperor's might of the extreme weapon. How terrifying! His aura was still rising. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? The human saints were extremely shocked. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. The other party's aura was too terrifying. It surpassed that of ordinary saints, and it could even fight against extreme weapons. Was this the greater success stage 9-yang divine body? It was indeed terrifying. The saints of the Yi family were also shocked. Their family once had a saint body at the great accomplishment level. That was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and deities weep. Thinking about it, a divine body at the great accomplishment level should be similar. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Tao patterns filled the air. The aura of the 10,000 dragons picture hung down and pierced through the void. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was simply too strong. It was as if the 9-sun sword saint had been reborn. With a stomp of his foot, the entire world trembled. The laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths danced in the air. The aura of the myriad dragons diagram was actually unable to harm him. Beside him, the 9-yang divine flames were obliterated. Within Lin Xian's body, a similar dragon roar resounded. It was the voice of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, he was like a great emperor, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared around him. The human sect masters and the saints were shocked. In the distance, the 10,000 ancient races experts felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Despair. This caused them to feel a sense of despair. If it weren't for the myriad dragons portrait, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. The human race actually had such a great powerhouse. Even the 10 primordial saints who cast the spell sucked in a breath of cold air. Buzz. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying aura. The sword qi on his body swept through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the world apart. The world trembled as all the energy was blocked by him. A terrifying sword intent soared into the sky as if an immortal sword was about to descend. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the living beings sensed it. The beasts prostrated, and the humans also trembled as they raised their heads. What happened? What a terrifying aura! Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? Some of the older generation experts screamed. Not only Eastern Wilderness, but Middle Ground, Western Desert, and the entire true spirit world sensed it. This aura was too powerful. It was as if a great emperor had come back to life. How terrifying! Which great powerhouse had come back to life? The human cultivators were incomparably excited. The beings of the 10,000 ancient races prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, there was actually someone who could fight against the myriad dragons diagram. How was this possible? The expressions of the elders of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Chilin Cave, and the other ancient royal families also changed drastically. Their eyes were like rainbows that pierced through the 9 heavens. They wanted to see who it was. I am Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. I will suppress everything and quell the chaos. His majestic voice resounded throughout the world. At this moment, everyone's scalps exploded. Lin Xian, it was actually Lin Xian. Heavens, this was impossible. Wasn't he a prodigy of the younger generation? How could he fight against an extreme weapon? Damn it, there must be a shocking change. Hurry up and investigate. Exclamations sounded one after another. The human cultivators were extremely surprised. They all set up array formations, wanting to observe from afar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were searching crazily. All kinds of lights flickered between heaven and earth. All eyes were focused on the jade pool. Was that golden figure really Lin Xian? Through the array formation, they saw a golden figure in the distance under the myriad dragons diagram. He stood there like a peerless god of war. Under his feet, countless living beings submitted, and above his head was a terrifying extreme weapon, the myriad dragons diagram. At this moment, the other party was fearless under the myriad dragons diagram's emperor's might. Damn it, impossible! How could that kid emit such a terrifying power? He had already surpassed a sage. The powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races were shocked, especially the elders of the ancient royal family. Their faces were filled with shock. 9 Yang divine body. Greater mastery 9 Yang divine body. Not good. We must kill him. These elders of the ancient royal family were experienced and knowledgeable. They recognized at a glance that it was the legendary 9 Yang divine body. Moreover, it had been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight against us? Although we can't fully activate the myriad dragons diagram, just a trace of its power is enough to kill you. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He controlled the myriad dragons diagram, and strands of peerless killing intent descended. Terrifying emperors might spread in all directions. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed at this moment. Today, I want to see just how powerful the legendary extreme Dao weapon is. Lin Xian let out a long roar and stretched out his palm. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky as it grabbed forward. He was going to take the imperial weapon with his bare hands. Boom! The golden palm collided with the myriad dragons diagram, and the aura that hung down let out a shocking sound. At this moment, the terrifying existences that were sleeping in the 10,000 ancient races were all awakened. They opened their eyes and their auras erupted. Wisps of divine red pierced through heaven and earth. They wanted to see this battle clearly. Damn it, someone could take an imperial weapon with his bare hands. They were too shocked. Chapter 2872. Boom, boom, boom. The extreme weapons of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Jade Pool trembled again as if they were about to awaken. There was nothing he could do about it. This attack was simply too terrifying. Countless living beings bowed in the direction of the Jade Pool. At this moment, they felt their bodies stiffen, and they couldn't move at all. The blood in their bodies froze, and their souls felt like they were about to explode. Dazzling light flashed. Lin Xian retreated and broke through the void. He only stopped after retreating hundreds of thousands of miles. Was he pushed back? The human sages exclaimed and hurriedly looked over. The Yi family head, Queen Mother of the West, and a few other top sacred lords also looked forward. On the other side, the primeval race sages and the top primeval kings were also paying attention. That kid should have been beaten up, right? That's for sure. He dared to fight against an extreme weapon. He must be courting death. Just wait, he will definitely destroy the divine relic. The primeval sages sneered. They were very confident in their extreme weapons, even though they had only used a little of their power. However, no one was able to resist it. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. That was because the aura of the golden figure in front of them didn't weaken, and the light didn't disappear. In fact, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Damn it, he's not injured. How is this possible? The primeval sages were dumbfounded, and the primeval kings were about to faint. At this moment, the experts who were paying attention to the Jade Pool were all stunned. Someone had actually blocked an extreme weapon with his bare hands, and he wasn't injured. He really blocked the imperial weapon with his bare hands. The human sages' hearts were beating wildly. The Queen Mother of the West, Yi family head, and the others were even more shocked. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were stunned. In myths and legends, such a situation only appeared in the records of the primeval emperors. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to do it. The greater mastery of the nine-yang divine body? Yi Wudao clenched his fists. He had to cultivate the greater mastery of the nine-yang divine body. Then he might be able to block an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He had to reach the peak of the martial path. At this moment, Yi Wudao's battle intent was aroused. The other young geniuses were the same. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived in front of Qi Nan from a few 100,000 li away. His eyes were bright, and the sword Qi on his body hummed as he looked at the 10 figures in the sky. Was this the power of an imperial armament? That was all there was to it. Today, I'll take this myriad dragon's portrait with my bare hands. Lin Xian's voice resounded throughout the 8 desolates, causing the human martial artist's blood to boil. The archaic creatures, on the other hand, were all horrified, catching a monarch weapon barehandedly. Just how bold were these words? Furthermore, he had really done it. Shouldn't the human race be exterminated? Kill him, I must kill him. On the other hand, the primeval saints were filled with killing intent. The other party was too terrifying. Although it wasn't a true resurrection of a great success divine body, it was still controlled by Lin Xian, and it had unparalleled divine might. If such a thing existed, it would be a great threat to them. They had to kill it. Once again, he increased the power of the myriad dragons diagram. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. The other sages also had cold expressions on their faces. At this moment, the power of the myriad dragon's portrait erupted once again. A terrifying emperor's might filled the air, reaching the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the living beings in the entire world submitted. Great Tao fell from the sky like a waterfall, hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. Oh no, the myriad dragon's portrait is about to erupt again. The human sages were terrified. An extreme Tao weapon was too powerful. That attack just now was just a casual attack, and it didn't activate the true power of the myriad dragon's portrait. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would sink under the full-strength attack of an extreme Tao weapon. Was it that terrifying? Wouldn't Brother Xian be in danger? Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous when they heard this. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head and said, "Don't worry, they wouldn't do that. Firstly, an extreme Tao weapon was a great emperor's weapon. No matter how powerful a sage was, he couldn't fully activate it. It was already heaven-defying to be able to unleash a portion of its power. Moreover, they didn't dare to use too many extreme Tao weapons because that kind of emperor's might would trigger the other extreme Tao weapons to awaken. As long as it exceeded a certain level of power, the West Emperor Tower would awaken. At that time, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, the Void Mirror, and other extreme Tao weapons would also awaken. As for the human race, we will completely activate our foundation." This was probably something that the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to see. Hearing this, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still extremely nervous. This was because a wisp of the myriad dragon's portrait's aura could kill a sage. It was already very heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to fight barehandedly. Kill! Lin Xian held a golden battle sword in his hand and charged into the 9 heavens. He took the initiative to fight the myriad dragon's portrait. He was courting death. The 10 sages roared and activated the myriad dragon's portrait again, launching a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything turned into chaos, and no one could see this battle clearly. However, everyone could feel an extremely terrifying energy surging between heaven and earth. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Boom! 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 18 world-ending sounds rang out in a row, and the entire world was enveloped by a resplendent light. No one could open their eyes. Those sages wanted to forcefully watch the battle, but in the next moment they screamed in pain. Their eyes bled, and they rolled on the ground in pain. It was too terrifying. Even the sages couldn't watch it. An extreme grade weapon is powerful, but it's not something ants like you can use. If you want to kill me, revive your ancient emperor. Lin Xian's voice sounded in the world. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You've gone too far." These were the voices of the ancient sages. Although the crowd couldn't see the battle situation, just hearing the voices was enough to scare them out of their wits. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian has the upper hand? Heavens, the 10 sages are actually unable to do anything to him? This is too unbelievable. Roar! Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted, followed by countless screams. The sky was blood-red, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. A saint had been blown apart. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, causing one's scalp to go numb. After a few screams, the light in the sky quickly retreated like the tide. How's the battle going? Seeing that the light was no longer so resplendent, all the sages looked in the direction of the jade pool again. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. These sages were extremely terrifying existences in the world, but at this moment they were dumbfounded and stunned. In the void, the 10,000 dragons diagram emitted a resplendent light, and a golden figure stood between heaven and earth. The auras of the two collided, tearing countless cracks. Meanwhile, the sages of the ancient sages were in a miserable state. Blood stained the void, and their bodies were shattered. Although they weren't killed, they were in an extremely sorry state. Defeated, the 10,000 ancient races were actually defeated. The 10 sages had used extreme weapons to fight Lin Xian, but they had been defeated. Chapter 2873. This was too unbelievable. This was probably a major event that would shock the entire world. Everyone was horrified. The 10,000 ancient races shrieked in disbelief. The humans were extremely excited. Great. Lin Xian actually caught an apex weapon with his bare hands. This kid was too heaven-defying. Cheers sounded one after another, and hope was restored in their eyes. An apex weapon? It was indeed powerful. However, you can't hurt me with just your strength. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll slaughter your entire ancient army. Lin Xian's body emitted a biting cold-killing intent that surged forward. This caused countless archaic creatures to tremble in fear. Even the archaic kings were filled with despair. Under the other party's power, they had no ability to resist at all. The ancient sages were so angry that they vomited blood. Their bodies reassembled, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. To be honest, their minds were still blank because they couldn't accept that someone could catch an apex weapon with his bare hands. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Perhaps only the ancient emperors could do it. However, how heaven-defying was such a person? It could be said that one wouldn't appear for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that this kid really had the might of an ancient emperor? Dear heavens, if the other party was allowed to continue growing, the 10,000 ancient races would really be finished if another emperor lord was born. Why were they still not convinced? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a 9-suns sword flew out, instantly splitting one of the sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons apart. That sage screamed and retreated in fear. The other sages also trembled and contacted the 10,000 dragons diagram for protection. Damn it, kill him! We must kill him! We must activate the 10,000 dragons diagram at all costs and launch a shocking attack. Even if we have to sink the entire eastern wilderness, we must kill him. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The other party was actually suppressing them so powerfully. This was intolerable. The other sages' eyes were also bloodshot. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then sublimate to the extreme. Let's fight to the death. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the aura on his body erupted. He was like an ancient great emperor, suppressing the 8 desolates, causing the 10,000 ancient races to tremble. If he used the 10,000 dragons diagram at full power, he might not be able to withstand it. However, he was not afraid because he knew that there were several extreme weapons in the eastern wilderness. As long as the other party wanted to sink the eastern wasteland regardless of the cost, the few extreme weapons of the human race would be revived. At that time, the human race would be able to activate their foundation. Don't act rashly. The saints of Divine Phoenix Ridge and Fire Chilin Cave also tried to persuade him. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. He said, "Why don't you take out your Divine Phoenix Ridge's extreme Dao weapon, as well as your Fire Chilin Cave's extreme Dao weapon? With the 3 extreme Dao monarch weapons attacking, I don't believe that we can't kill him." Upon hearing this, the human experts were extremely shocked. Were they going to use 3 extreme weapons? Perhaps no one would be able to resist it. No, the Western Yellow Pagoda would probably automatically awaken once the 2 extreme grade weapons appeared. The saint of the Divine Phoenix Ridge still shook his head. They had too many concerns. Damn it, the humans in the past were just like that. They could easily crush them to death. But now, they wanted to attack the humans, but they actually had so many concerns. They didn't even dare to go all out. Thinking about it, they felt really aggrieved. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? You don't dare to make a move? If that's the case, take your people and scram. Scram back to your nest. If you dare to take another step into the human city, I will directly kill you." Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. He didn't back down at all. He was now the guardian of the human race. He had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. "Buzz, kid, you're too arrogant." On the Jade Lake side, the 10 primordial saints didn't say anything. However, a cold and dignified voice sounded from extremely far away. Immediately after, the sky was torn apart and the great Tao descended. a figure soared into the sky. A terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Another saint had awakened. Sensing the extremely powerful saint aura and laws in the sky, everyone exclaimed. Needless to say, this was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Whoosh whoosh. After the first saint, a few more figures soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the Jade Lake. Soon, 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of their auras was powerful. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were terrified. Lin Xian also frowned. The situation wasn't good. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were using their trump cards again. Indeed, Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time were very strange. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystals. In other words, these 8 saints hadn't come out of the deity crystals. However, the auras on their bodies were incomparably terrifying. Their gazes were extremely cold. They were like divine swords that emitted such terrifying power without coming out. Once they came out, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. Needless to say, these people were extremely terrifying existences. In the saint realm, they were extremely terrifying. As expected, facing the 8 saints in the deity crystals, the 10 primordial saints quickly bowed. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more terrified. These 8 were definitely extremely terrifying patriarchs. Kid, do you really think you can contend against the primordial race? Today, we'll let you know the true power of an extreme weapon. The 8 patriarchs snorted coldly. Their auras also erupted. This time, the 10,000 dragons picture spun once again. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire world. Not good. The human cultivators had originally seen hope, but now they were in despair. The 10,000 ancient races' trump cards were simply too powerful. Lin Xian also frowned. Just now, he had used too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint soul to receive the Emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Now, the 9 Sun Sword Saint soul was extremely weak. Would he be able to withstand this attack? He didn't know, but no matter what, he had to resist. What? Do you think the human race doesn't have anyone? Just as Lin Xian was about to fight to the death, a voice also came from the distant sky. The sky flickered with golden light, quickly covering the entire sky. The 10,000 dragons' picture vibrated, and a terrifying dragon aura surged. It turned into a huge dragon that danced, fighting against the golden light. In an instant, the 2 sides were evenly matched. What was going on? Was this kid playing tricks? They stared at Lin Xian. But Lin Xian also had a look of surprise. What a terrifying aura. Could it be that the human race's extreme weapon had awakened? The primordial saints and the 8 primordial patriarchs all had ugly expressions. If that was really the case, then things would be terrible. The Jade Lake sacred ground, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family patriarch, and the other saints were also puzzled. What a terrifying aura. It wasn't weaker than an extreme weapon. Which extreme grade weapon had awakened? Chapter 2874. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron? The Void Mirror? Or the Dragon Wending Cauldron? But that wasn't it. They sensed that it wasn't an extreme weapon they were familiar with. Could it be that there was an unknown extreme weapon in the world? In an instant, everyone exclaimed. The human race had regained hope. Lin Xian also turned his head to look into the distance because he heard the 9 Sun Sword Saint say, "It's here. It's finally here." What was it? Lin Xian didn't know. Could it be that the foundation of the human race had appeared? He remembered that the 9 Sun Sword Saint had said that the foundation of the human race was beyond the imagination of the 10,000 ancient races. Perhaps that unknown foundation had appeared. Golden light covered the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths also urged the aura of the great emperor to resist the 10,000 dragon diagram. From within the golden light, a figure descended. When he saw this figure, Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivators of the human race were also puzzled. Who was this person? Did this old man look unfamiliar? They had never seen him before. However, Li Xuanqian and the others cried out in alarm. "Greetings, old palace master." What? Could it be that he was the previous palace master of a mortal palace? Heavens, the palace master of a mortal palace was actually a saint? They cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also shocked. That's right, the old man who had come was none other than Xiajiu. "Who are you?" The archaic saint of the Fire Qilin cave shouted coldly. "Xiajiu," the old man said indifferently. Never heard of him." The archaic saints snorted coldly. The sacred leaders and sect masters were also puzzled. However, the expressions of the 7 saints of the human race changed. They thought of a person and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, it couldn't really be him, right? It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? The saints quickly conversed, and the sacred leaders felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that this old man had a great background? "Xia," Juyo said in a deep voice, 10,000 ancient races, you've gone too far. Could it be that you want to start another dark turmoil? I advise you to leave quickly and not cause trouble." Xia Juyo's voice wasn't loud, but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone. "Leave quickly? Just you? You can also say such things to me." The saint from the Fire Qilin cave sneered. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge Qilin hand and grabbed downwards. He wanted to slap Xiajiu to death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained calm. He knew that Xiajiu was a saint. They should be able to deal with the current situation. As expected, Xiajiu sighed. Boom! The Qilin's huge hand exploded in midair, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was incomparably miserable as his entire arm turned into nothingness. What? The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. The humans also felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that Xiajiu was powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. To be able to injure a primordial saint with a single sigh, this method was too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that he isn't any weaker than a large success 9-yang divine body? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the gazes of all the experts in the true spirit world gathered on Xiajiu, wanting to see through him. Damn it, how dare you injure me? The saint of the Fire Qilin cave was furious. The flames on his body surged into the sky as he wanted to attack again. However, he was stopped by a primordial saint. The primordial saint's body was hidden in a divine crystal, but his eyes pierced through the void and stared at Xiajiu. Who are you? I've said it before, I'm Xiajiu. I advise you to quickly retreat and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you think you can resist the entire 10,000 ancient races by yourself? You overestimate yourself. Our primordial royal race has revived to rule this land. You humans should move aside. The primordial saint was very powerful. They were even stronger than the primordial saints. Attack! In the next moment, they roared and activated the 10,000 dragons diagram together. The 10,000 dragons diagram rumbled and transformed into 10,000 dragons that rushed in all directions, causing everyone to be terrified. Not good. Could it be that they were going to use an apocalyptic attack? If that was the case, the eastern wilderness would fall, and all of them would be destroyed. No one would be able to survive. Xiajiu was still fearless in the face of such a scene. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and golden light filled the sky. It quickly wrapped around the 10,000 dragons picture, forming a painting. Immediately, the light of the 10,000 dragons diagram was blocked. Damn it, he actually resisted the 10,000 dragons diagram. How was this possible? The 8 primordial saints and the 10 primordial saints were terrified. What was that thing? Laws appeared in their eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, an ancestor screamed, "The investiture of the gods! It's actually the investiture of the gods! Where did you get this thing? What investiture of the gods?" The primordial beasts and human cultivators were confused, but the human saints' expressions changed drastically. Especially the Western desert monks, their eyelids twitched. Could it really be that thing? They were shocked. Xiajuyo said indifferently, "I got it from the Spirit Mountain. Do you still want to attack?" The Spirit Mountain was indeed there. The 10,000 Buddha temple's monks were shocked and chanted Amitabha. The others were puzzled. "Master, what was that thing?" "Yes. Was the investiture of the gods very powerful?" The 10,000 Buddha temple's monks said in a deep voice. The investiture of the gods was a treasure personally refined by Adarch. It was used to seal powerful enemies. What? This was a treasure refined by Adarch? Wasn't that an extreme grade weapon? Everyone was shocked. No wonder it could resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. Was it Donghua Adarch? The saints were shocked. The 10,000 Buddha temples monks nodded. Yes, it was Donghua Adarch. Donghua Adarch had refined the investiture of the gods and sealed a peerless enemy in the Spirit Mountain. After countless years, that powerful enemy had probably turned into ashes. However, the investiture of the gods had been passed down. However, that was an archweapon. No one could touch it. They didn't expect that Xiajuyo would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons diagram. This Xiajuyo was really terrifying. His strength definitely far surpassed that of a saint. Yes, he could actually use the investiture of the gods. This strength was heaven-defying. Donghua Adarch! The human cultivators discussed animatedly. There weren't many legends about this Adarch, and they didn't know much about him. They knew about Celestial Emperor Yi, the Void Emperor, and the others. However, the Yi family saint said that Donghua Adarch was very terrifying. His might shook the world, and he cared about the common people. When the Yi family's Celestial Emperor was young, he received the teachings of Donghua Adarch. That was why he could become a Celestial Emperor. When these words came out, everyone gasped. What? Celestial Emperor Yi received the inheritance of Donghua Adarch? This was too unbelievable. One had to know that Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying existence. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. Such a brilliant figure was actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. One could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great was. The investiture of the gods he left behind was definitely incomparably useful. Chapter 2875. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The primordial sages gritted their teeth. The 8 ancestral patriarchs sneered. Do you think we can't do anything just because you blocked the 10,000 dragons portrait? Do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? They exuded a cold aura. Attack! Kill them! Kill all the human powerhouses in the Jade Pool. I want to destroy the human race. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said, Old Xia, do it. Although the other party had 8 ancestral patriarchs, with his and Xiajuyo's strength and the 7 saints, they should be able to fight against them. No hurry? Seeing Xiajuyo's smile, Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that someone else is coming? Indeed, not long after, another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Riding a sword and riding the wind, I shall eliminate the demons between heaven and earth. All demons submit to me, the Wine Sword Immortal. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was extremely shocked. It was likely that another exceptional expert had descended. On the human side, the saints were stunned. Lin Xian also widened his eyes. Could it be? He trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with a cold light. In the Jade Pool, the Crimson Dragon also muttered softly. No way, is that guy here? Damn it, if it's really him, I have to make him return my dragon essence. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were also red. He thought of someone. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Lord Wine, is that you? Whoosh! A sword light streaked across the void, and an immortal sword bloomed. On the immortal sword, a man in a long robe was half lying in the void. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk. Little guy, well done. The man shook the wine gourd and said with a smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was stubble on his face. He looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were like stars. Everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. However, what shocked everyone even more was that this super powerhouse was actually related to Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is really, they were shocked beyond belief. Xia Jiao, who had just come out, was Immortal Palace's old palace master, while Lin Xian was the current palace master. There was no need to talk about their relationship. The newly appeared Wine Sword Immortal seemed to have a heaven-defying strength. Furthermore, he was actually related to Lin Xian. Just who was this Lin Xian? All of a sudden, they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian ignored their thoughts. At that moment, he only had eyes for Lord Alcohol. He was extremely excited. Is it really you, Lord Alcohol? That's great. I thought I would never see you again. How could that be? Lord Alcohol laughed out loud. I've said it before. When you grow up, we'll fight side by side. As he spoke, he tossed the gourd over. Have a taste. This is my newly brewed spirit wine. Lin Xian took it and took 3 big gulps. Then he said, awesome. Lord Alcohol, let's fight side by side. 10,000 rays of light bloomed from his body. Although he could no longer use the power of laws after resisting the supreme weapon, the power of his greater success divine body was enough to suppress everything. On the other side, the primordial saints and ancestral ancestors had gloomy expressions. The other party had sent 2 super powerhouses in the blink of an eye. This was truly beyond their expectations. However, one of the ancestral ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. It's just 2 powerhouses. How can they contend against us? The 8 of them were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party would be able to contend against them. Who said that there were only 2 of them? Lord Alcohol drank and smiled. Don't worry. I'll use your blood to brew a pot of good wine later. His eyes lit up, courting death. The primordial saints and ancestral ancestors were furious. The other party actually wanted to use their blood? They were overestimating themselves. What wishful thinking. At the same time, they were shocked. Could it be that more human powerhouses had arrived? Why were there so many human powerhouses? One had to know that the saints of the supreme Tao sacred lands were suppressed by the myriad dragon portrait. Could it be that those saints had also awakened? Ancestral ancestors, what should we do? The saints asked. Investiture of the gods. The ancestral ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons gritted their teeth. If not for the investiture of the gods, they could have used the myriad king's portrait to directly kill the other party. But now, their 10,000 dragons' portrait was sealed. Damn it, let's see what they're capable of. An ancestral ancestor walked out. This was the ancestral ancestor of the southern sea crocodile gods. He was extremely terrifying. He transformed into a huge divine crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long. He blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. His laws could directly obliterate a saint. It was too terrifying. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. These ancestral ancestors were simply too terrifying. The ancestral ancestor of the southern sea crocodile gods charged towards Lord Alcohol in the sky. Die! Terrifying might surged outwards, forming a divine spear that pierced forward. His attack could kill a saint. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lord Alcohol was still lying lazily on the flying sword. He glanced indifferently and then waved his finger. Buzz! Circles of black runes flew out from his hand and flickered in the sky. Then they suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that spread forward like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the terrifying divine ability, was devoured. Not only that, but the southern sea crocodile gods also screamed in horror. Damn it, get lost! He realized that the black hole had also enveloped him. A mere spatial power was not worth a single attack. The southern sea crocodile god's ancestral ancestor sneered. His huge body swayed and crushed the void. However, he was unable to escape the black Tao patterns. The Tao patterns that filled the sky completely enveloped him. Devour! Lord Alcohol muttered as countless black Tao patterns flickered. The southern sea crocodile gods screamed in horror. Damn it, my power! How dare you absorb my power? He screamed crazily as he tried to break free. However, he could not break free at all. This scene shocked everyone. Who was the other party? He was too terrifying to be able to subdue an ancestral ancestor so easily. Boom! The void in the sky split open as a divine light tore through the 9 heavens. The ancestral ancestor charged out, but his face was pale and his body was trembling in anger. In that instant, a lot of his power had been sucked away. The devouring sword. Damn it! You have the devouring sword. The southern sea crocodile gods screamed in horror. The others were also shocked. What? The devouring sword of the 5 swords of the world? Damn it, damn it. The primordial saints and ancestral ancestors' expressions changed. The devouring sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was as famous as the dragon sword soul. Its power was absolutely unimaginable. It could devour everything in the world. No one expected that not long after the dragon sword soul appeared, another peerless divine sword, the devouring sword, would appear. It was too terrifying. No one knew if the other 3 legendary divine swords would appear. Chapter 2876. The legends of the 5 swords of the world had been around for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? Don't act rashly. The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. The ancestor of the southern sea crocodile god race snorted and retreated with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect the other party to have the devouring sword. It wasn't good for him to attack again. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He had been careless just now. He wasn't afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? He would use his divine power to destroy the other party's body. Let's use the second extreme weapon. The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice. All right. The ancestor of the divine phoenix, Ridge, nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other way. The current situation had exceeded their expectations. The 10,000 dragons' portrait had been blocked, and the other party had 2 super experts. In addition, Lin Xian had given them a headache. If they didn't use the extreme weapon now, they would probably have to retreat. Retreat? How could they be willing to do that? They had planned for so long and used all their strength to kill the humans. If they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Furthermore, 8 ancestors had come this time. As long as they controlled it carefully, they shouldn't alarm the other extreme weapons. Since they had already decided, the female saint of the divine phoenix, Ridge, let out a long roar. A phoenix phantom rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire world began to shake. A rumbling sound came from the divine phoenix, Ridge, in the distance. A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens and flew towards the jade pool with an invincible radiance. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. The countless living beings below prostrated themselves and trembled. Some even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. An extreme weapon. This was an extreme Thearka's aura. Another extreme, grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races trembled with excitement. On the other hand, the humans were filled with despair. The Queen Mother, the Yi family head, The 7 sages, Lin Xian, and the others also had solemn expressions. Xia Juyo's eyes flickered. Lord Alcohol still looked indifferent. The extreme weapon tore through the void and instantly arrived above the jade pool. Terrifying Thearcha's aura covered the area. The 10,000 dragons' picture vibrated. An investiture of the gods kept rolling. However, it still managed to restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they could still restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. Otherwise, they would be facing 2 extreme weapons. Most likely, no one would be able to contend against him. Now that there was an extra one, if Lin Xian was still as strong as before, he might be able to take on the monarch weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, there were 2 super strong cultivators. There was still a sliver of hope for the human race. However, the primeval saints snorted coldly. In the sky, endless rays of light turned into a phoenix divine spirit, and thousands of rays of light fell from it. Each of them transformed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. Phoenix Bell, an extreme weapon of the divine Phoenix Ridge. At this moment, being activated by the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge, it emitted a clear and melodious sound. Whoa! The 100,000 mountain peaks suddenly exploded, and millions of lands instantly sank, turning into darkness. It was too terrifying. Just a trace of the might of an extreme weapon was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Nothing could withstand it. In the Jade Lake sacred ground, the sect masters and saints trembled. Facing the extreme weapon, they were once again suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. They couldn't resist at all. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body bloomed with light, and golden divine chains surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the Emperor's might. An endless black hole appeared beside Lord Alcohol, quickly devouring this terrifying energy. Xia Juyo stood there without moving. His eyes seemed to have turned into 2 universes, and an extremely terrifying power surged from his body. Phoenix Bell! If it was activated by an emperor, we really wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, you can't do anything to me. Today, I'll take it with my bare hands. Xia Juyo stood out. Although his face was old at this moment, he was like a mountain that stood tall in the void. You want to take on an emperor weapon with your bare hands? What a joke! Die for me! The old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge laughed sinisterly and struck out with a shocking attack. The Phoenix Bell spun in the sky, carrying millions of great Taos as it charged over. A wisp of light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, covering the sky and covering the earth as it charged at Xia Juyo. The sky was filled with divine flames. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Xia Juyo shouted coldly. His robes fluttered, and he reached out with both hands. 2 stars quickly formed in his palms. In the end, they enlarged and turned into 2 universes of starry sky. Boom! Boom! The 2 palms carried the universe of starry sky and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Large black cracks danced wildly in the sky, and all the void collapsed as if the world had been reversed. Monstrous flames spread in all directions, and darkness appeared in the sky. The stars that filled the sky seemed to have been replaced. All kinds of strange scenes appeared. It was incomparably terrifying, and all the primordial kings, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a chill in their hearts. This method was too heaven-defying. After the attack, the dark starry sky disappeared, and the terrifying phoenix flames also disappeared. The sky regained its clarity once again. Xia Juyo stood there and retracted his palms. He was unharmed. The 10,000 ancient races were stunned. On the side of the human race, they also exclaimed. He had taken on an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Heavens! Another person had taken on an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Moreover, the power of the emperor weapon, This time was even more terrifying. It was too terrifying. He was definitely a super sage. Why didn't they know that the human race had such a powerhouse before? Moreover, he was a living sage. He wasn't sealed in a god crystal. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw hope once again. The primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. Damn it, he blocked it. The other party really blocked his attack. How was this possible? Damn it, who was the other party? The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. Don't fight him head-on. He's probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is heaven-defying. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. Then we'll gather the 2 emperor weapons and kill them. They definitely won't be able to resist. All right, the 8 patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. Clang! The Phoenix Bell emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Phoenix phantoms moved about in the sky, and together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, they quickly bombarded the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods lowered countless great daos to seal everything. But no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 2 emperor weapons. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. Not good, it's dangerous. The Queen Mother and the others were terrified. If the investiture of the gods fell, the power of the 2 emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. West Emperor Tower, hurry up and revive. The Queen Mother and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake sacred ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower. However, they couldn't revive it in a short period of time. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. On the other hand, the primordial royals were extremely excited. This is great. 2 extreme-grade weapons. The human race is dead for sure. That's right. How can these ants fight against us? Chapter 2877. With a boom, the investiture of the gods was finally pushed back. The 10,000 dragons diagram flickered again, and 10,000 dragons soared into the sky. They tore through the void, forming a terrifying crack. At this moment, all the human cultivators in the quintessential world knelt on the ground, their faces filled with despair. They had broken free. The 2 arch-weapons were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme Dharch aura, and the Phoenix Bell kept spinning. The 2 were going to work together to kill Lin Xian, Xiajiao, and Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian roared and used his greater success divine body, preparing to fight to the death. At this moment, a loud explosion came from the eastern wilderness. Immediately after, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky and kept spreading. The terrifying Dharch aura appeared again, suppressing the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the 10,000 ancient races trembled, their scalps going numb. Apex weapon. Another apex weapon had been born. Damn it, it was the human race's extreme weapon. They felt like their bodies were about to explode from the pressure. This was definitely not an extreme weapon of the 10,000 ancient races. The pressure on the human race's side instantly decreased. At the same time, they were shocked. Another Dharch weapon had appeared. Yi Wudao, the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family sage exclaimed. The celestial emperor cauldron. It was the heaven and earth cauldron. Had the Yi family's celestial emperor cauldron awakened? The other sages, the Queen Mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect masters also widened their eyes. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? Could it be that the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram had been broken? Impossible. How could the celestial emperor cauldron awaken? On the 10,000 ancient races side, the primordial saints and primordial ancestors also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used 2 extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alarm any of them. Not to mention the celestial emperor cauldron. Even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the Celestial Emperor Cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family's cultivators had forcefully awakened the Celestial Emperor Cauldron? But how did they do it? For a moment, all the primordial ancestors were stunned. Xiajuyo and Lord Alcohol revealed smiles. Lin Xian was extremely alarmed. From the looks of it, Xiajuyo and Lord Alcohol weren't the only ones attacking the humans. The cauldron of the Celestial Emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the Great Path. Hum below the heaven and earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the Celestial Darch Cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Daodenier and Yangqi. They didn't know who that person was. Whoosh! The Celestial Emperor's cauldron arrived near the Jade Pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the phoenix bell. What's wrong? Are you bullying us humans because we don't have imperial weapons? The person's voice was ice cold. This was an imposing figure with a head full of white hair. It was very eye-catching. However, although this person had white hair, he didn't look old. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked to be in his 30s. Of course, they wouldn't be fooled by appearances. This should be an expert who had lived for countless years. The other party's aura was too terrifying and strange. It was completely different from the golden path above. It was pitch black like ink, like a demonic cloud that shrouded his surroundings. This scene was too strange. A demonic figure controlling the radiant and holy Celestial Emperor's cauldron was unbelievable. Not to mention them, even the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wudao, and the other Yi clan experts were stunned. Who was this person? He wasn't a saint of the Yi clan at all. How could he control the Yi clan's Celestial Emperor's cauldron? Could it be that the other party had forcefully seized the Yi clan's Celestial Emperor's cauldron? But how was that possible? The Celestial Emperor's cauldron was an extreme weapon. Who could seize it? Apart from the Yi clan's experts, no one could use it. Thus, in an instant, the experts of the Yi family were all stunned. When the experts and saints of the other sacred grounds and sects learned about this, they were also stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Lin Xian was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this person didn't look like an expert of the Yi clan. The Yi clan's cultivation technique was very obvious and special. It was golden. After all, the Yi clan had the bloodline of a Darch. Although they only had a sacred body, the cultivation techniques of others were the same. They were all Darch cultivation techniques. However, the person in front of him was completely different. His entire body was pitch black like ink. This was simply a demonic cultivation technique. Moreover, looking at the other party's demonic aura, Lin Xian suspected that the great demon of black, Wood Cliff, had been resurrected. Damn it! Could this be someone from the demon race? For a moment, Lin Xian suspected that the demon race had seized the extreme Dao weapon and was here to kill the human race. However, from the other party's tone and appearance, it seemed that he was on the side of the human race. Therefore, for a moment, he was stunned. The corners of Xiajuyo and Lord Alcohol's lips curled up. You're finally here. Who are you? In front, the patriarchs of Fire Qilin Cave shouted coldly. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Damn it, why was the human race so strange? Every time at the critical moment, a powerhouse would jump out, and the other party would bring an extreme Dao weapon. They were also incomparably familiar with this extreme Dao weapon. The Celestial Emperor Cauldron was an extremely terrifying extreme Dao weapon left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi. I am the Demon Master. You primordial ants actually dare to threaten the human race. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death? The demon master was even more arrogant, not putting these 10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even when facing the primordial saints and primordial ancestors, he still suppressed them in an extremely domineering manner. Ants were ants. Those primordial kings were all stunned. The primordial powerhouses and saints were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it! Damn it! The other party actually didn't put them in his eyes, courting death. Those saints and patriarchs erupted with extremely terrifying power. The Dharch weapons above their heads flickered with incomparable light. However, the new demon master was still not afraid. He also snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, endless demonic chi formed a huge black hand that directly grabbed the celestial emperor cauldron and smashed it forward. Under this attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. As if it was going to destroy the world, endless cracks appeared, causing the primordial saints and patriarchs' expressions to change. Damn it! Block it! They crazily activated the two Dharch weapons, forming countless great Tao laws that enveloped them and the primordial army below. Otherwise, this attack would have been more than enough to reduce everyone to ashes. After this attack, the mountains and rivers shattered, and blood flowed like a river. Another batch of the primordial army was killed. Even the great Tao laid down by the two extreme Tao weapons were shattered. Chapter 2878. The primordial saints and primordial ancestors also felt their blood boil. A few of them were even injured. Their faces were abnormally gloomy. Damn it, was the other party crazy? He actually used an extreme weapon like this. Could it be that he really wanted to destroy this world? The people on Jade Lakeside also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, was he here to save the human race or to destroy the world? Their bodies trembled. The person in front of them was too powerful. He was both good and evil. Although he came for the human race, his methods were abnormally arrogant. It was as if he didn't have any scruples. Even if they destroyed this world, he wouldn't care. Such a method not only terrified the human race, but also the 10,000 ancient races, because such a person had no scruples. If they really fought, the 10,000 ancient races would probably suffer great losses. Damn it! Hurry up and stop the investiture of the gods. The celestial emperor cauldron definitely couldn't let them use their extreme weapons again. The patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared. The patriarch of the fire Chilin cave also shouted coldly. If it really didn't work, they would use their extreme weapons. They also planned to use their third extreme weapon. There was no rush. Let's seal their extreme weapons first. We'll fight them. They have fewer people, so we don't believe that they can resist us. The 8 primordial ancestors quickly conversed. Indeed, the other party had a terrifying figure, but they had a lot of saints on their side. If they attacked together, they didn't believe that the other party could resist. Damn it, they were too shameless. Below, the Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. The white-haired demon lord snorted coldly. Attack? You're courting death. You ants aren't enough to fight in front of me. He was too arrogant. The primordial ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood crazily. The white-haired demon lord shouted coldly. With my demon blood, I'll kill my way up to the 9 heavens. Whoever wants to attack, feel free to do so. Do you think we'll fight you one-on-one? The 8 patriarchs walked up, and the 10 primordial saints did the same. A terrifying power surged out, completely enveloping Xiaoluyu and the others. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light around his body overflowed into the sky. Lord Jiu used the devouring sword and circled around him. Xia Jiu was like a god of the universe, and this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. Demonic chi filled the sky as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. A maniacal laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial Dharch cauldron. Then, 2 more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A 3rd powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the 9 Suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less about it now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. One of them had descended powerfully, trampling all over the place. "Father, is that you?" Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice sounded, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father? Among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be. Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people from the 10,000 ancient races were even more terrified. This brat was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xiajiu, Lord Alcohol, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it, this kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. These primordial saints looked at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Xian, you've really grown up. You can stand on your own now." "Father." Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. All right. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's join forces and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see not only Lord Alcohol here, but also her father. At the same time, she was extremely surprised. Her father and Lord Alcohol seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator previously. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now he had actually become an indomitable and powerful saint. And it seemed that he had been carrying out a secret mission with Lord Alcohol and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the 8 barons. His loud voice sounded. "I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You overestimate yourselves. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an apex weapon, the human race is nothing." On the opposite side, a figure walked up from among the 8 patriarchs. It was the patriarch of the Silver Clan. The Silver Clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the Uncrowned Kings. It was said that the Silver Clan was known as the strongest royal race below the royal race. So at this moment, when their patriarch walked out, the human race held their breaths. He was too powerful. This was definitely an earth-shattering figure. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Zhan be able to withstand it? Now the 4 apex weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these saints were prepared to fight personally. Lin Zhan looked at the other party and snorted. The Silver Clan? Fine, let me see if your title of uncrowned king is as powerful as the legends say. Lin Zhan strode out. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The Silver Clan's patriarch also walked out. This patriarch's body emitted a silver light. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. It's your kid. He has the 9-yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9-yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry after killing you and your son. I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The Silver Clan's patriarch's cold voice sounded. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful. The 7 human race saints from the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Xiaojio, the demon ancestor, and the others. But at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the nomological laws had already caused their bodies to crack. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xiaojio Lord Alcohol, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently and weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the other party was even more terrifying than the Silver Clan. Especially now that the one who attacked was the Silver Clan's patriarch, he was indeed sweating in his heart. Chapter 2879. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Zhan also snorted coldly. His eyes lit up. An aura that could suppress the surroundings surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Zhan also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He just pushed it forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky cracked. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How was this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the 3 royal families. Such a terrifying physique. But now he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it! Who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible. The primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The 7 saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were all shocked. They had seen and recorded the strength of the Silver Clan. But what about now? Lin Zhan injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Zhan displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years? Or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Zhan retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver. With a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Ka. The silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. Kill! With a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Bayin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver. Our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death. I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Bayin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Jian also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as strong as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant fist of the heavens. With a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it! Who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It had an incomparable domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an incomparable domineering aura that swept out in all directions. It engaged in a great battle with 1,000 silver hands. The two of them exchanged blows, causing the world to collapse. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into 2. At the next moment, silver blood splattered everywhere. The 1,000 silver barks exploded. The patriarch of the Bayin clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily, and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Jian's punch. What? The patriarch of the Bayin clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Jian landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura remained. I've said it before. You're not my match. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and his body carried a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was an extremely ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans. The Heavenly Rock clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged the dragon race and even succeeded in slaying a dragon. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Bayin clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch walked out. I'll fight you. He could tell that Lin Jian was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock clan was extremely powerful. They could definitely kill Lin Jon. Lin Jon's eyes glinted coldly. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, before he attacked, the white-hair demon lord floated out. Leave this battle to me. All right then. Seeing the white-hair demon lord, Lin Jon nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life. The white-hair demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't care about the Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch at all. You're courting death. The Heavenly Rock clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair fluttered wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself. The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a demon god as he walked forward. He punched out. Demonic aura surged from his body. His fist transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. These 6 black holes were too terrifying. They were different from Lord Alcohol's devouring sword. They were like 6 worlds. They carried an extremely mysterious aura as they quickly charged over. Chapter 2880. What kind of fist technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tian Peng race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 black holes shrouded the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tian Peng race's saint was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how is this possible? How is it impossible? Die! The white-hair demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tian Peng's extreme speed. The pupils of the Tian Peng race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. Even if it hit him, it would most likely shatter him into pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tian Peng's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see him clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill! The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! As expected, the Tian Peng race's ancestor couldn't escape from the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tian Peng race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, beating the Tian Peng race's ancestor until he screamed again and again. Damn it, this is impossible. The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the sky, rock race, knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably, and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it. The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them, indomitable and domineering. But now they realized that this white-haired demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tianpeng would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Daudenier and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Das Reincarnation Fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This is the 6 Das Reincarnation Fist? The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Das Reincarnation Fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Daudenier had cultivated this technique before and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it. What was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now, he even used the Yi clan's 6 Das Reincarnation Fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Daudenier were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him? Ancestor, what was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Daudenier was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that this white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens! How could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi clan? However, this was no longer important. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 world of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the Heavenly Rock ancestor 6 times. The Heavenly Rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock ancestor used it to kill his way out. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to make another move because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't shatter them at all. If he attacked again, he was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was nothing more than this. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death. The heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the Heavenly Rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds, cutting the entire sky open. Clang! However, it was sent flying by the white-haired demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist. Damn it! Everyone attack together and kill them! The heavenly rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. As expected, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. I'm the demon lord. I'll laugh at the world. A terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's six-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xia Jiao had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was biting cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was unparalleled. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled a world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go to the outer realm. The primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. It was obvious that an extremely terrifying and tragic battle had erupted in the outer realm.